Initiation, upcoming. We should be live. Welcome along, everybody.
Yep. How would
We've got a nice live feed.
How would you describe this morning?
Right.
Overcast with gaps.
Well, shall we tell everyone whilst we're here first, Steve, shall we?
Yeah, right. Yeah, why are we here, mate?
So, we've got Jamie Thompson and we've got Billy Marlow. Jamie Thompson's the home angler. This is a head-to-head in the preliminary Cambridge and Northampton round.
And of course, this is going to be an early opportunity when we go live again tomorrow to have a catch-up on some of the results from the Super Cup that have already gone by as well.
Oh, we won't do any spoilers then, shall we? We shall leave all the spoilers for today then and do them live tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking of doing them and tomorrow as well, like, and the day after.
Should we go live every day?
Yeah, until you've been tormented. You know, yeah. The bottom line is basically, how many weeks are we into the competition?
Well, week Monday we do the main draw for everybody.
Yeah, so we're literally only 3 weeks in, and the 3 people that are instrumental in organising the competition, the 3 main men as it were, myself, Sean and Mike, are no longer in the competition.
Oh, spoiler alert. Anyway.
I don't suppose there's anybody's shocked, to be honest with you.
No, not at the minute.
There's nobody going, oh wow, anybody can win.
Right, so today, yes, our untimely demise from the competition is over with. Yeah,
no, it's not by any stretch of the imagination, mate. It's not.
So today we've got an open on Magpie here at Rookery Waters. Billy Marlow's drawn peg 3 and Jamie Thompson's drawn peg 13. And the thoughts before the match are that we think it's going to be a pretty even match. Big weight off peg 3 in the week for Ben Townsend. He won the match here on Thursday with...
He's got a bit of room today. There's quite a few on there. It's a 24, and Billy has got a little bit of room, a little bit compared to some of them. Certainly more than Jamie. Yeah,
Jamie's got an angler either side.
But the bottom end of the lake 13 is more of a form area. What do I know? So who are you picking then?
Oh, it's going to be a fairly even match today,
I don't want to hear it's a fairly even match. I want to hear who's going to win.
If you go by the results in the week, you'd say Billy, wouldn't you? But that far end of the lake there...
They're both more than capable, that is for sure.
Well, yeah, definitely. Jamie at the far end there, he's probably going to get a few more bites, we think. A lot of F1s up there, so he'll probably catch steady most of the day, and Billy's probably got the fish in front of him, the bigger carp, so... But then he's got...
In fairness, Billy has, has drawn a peg dead opposite where the lake and venue records held, hasn't he?
Who holds the lake and venue record, Steve?
I wasn't going to say. Got to hold something, haven't you?
Adrian Matthews, good morning. Good luck both.
Yeah, absolutely.
Feel free to post some comments if you want. We can see them here by the lake.
Don't feel like summer at the moment, that is for sure.
It's chilly, isn't it?
Still recovering from this surgery I had recently, so I wouldn't be fishing anyway. So maybe it's just God looking after me and making sure you lot are going to struggle as well if I can't go. It's got to be more. Hey, it's Easter next weekend, isn't it?
Yes.
We've had some decent Easters over the last few years. I know we used to complain about them a lot, so anything is possible.
And next Saturday, where are we?
Floatfish Farm.
And who are we filming?
Dan Hardy
and Chris
Barley on Phoenix.
Is that what? I don't know what lake we're actually. Yeah, is that
around
Phoenix?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I know earlier reports that Dan's a bit busted there. 2 good anglers that I know from a long while back.
Yeah, looking forward to that one.
All sorts of going
Another
back.
new venue we've not been to, so...
Yeah.
Well, I personally haven't been to anyway, so...
All I know here is like Aaron, how do you pronounce it? Petit, is it?
I'm not sure Aaron's surname. He was straight into a fish.
He's straight into a fish, and I think he's just pinged one or he pinged the reeds, I'm not sure. We're not really following him, but no. He was certainly straight into and on peg 1.
Yeah, if you start talking about anglers we're not filming, people might get confused.
They'll be confused anyway, mate, by the time I finish it. Peg 2, next to Billy Marlow, Simon Godders. He's into a fish, don't know. What's it, little F1?
Want these bigger fish to feed today. I want to see some action. Well, I've not seen either of our today's contestants have a fish yet. So it's a slow start.
Like I say, we're still in winter mode really. We're not going to be getting much above 10 degrees today, are we?
No. And the wind is turning to the east and you can feel it today.
Yeah, a bit of sun. We might be having a bit of sun later. It's warming up though over the next little while, I believe. Well, it's got to, hasn't it? The days are getting longer. So, it goes without saying that it'll be warming up.
Don't know what's happened with our second camera there.
There is our second. Oh yeah, there it is.
What's happened with that? Why do we always get technical issues?
We won't always, will we? That's why it's good to be ironing these difficulties out early on in the season. Steve Fitzjohn, not related to Carly, are you? Mike's other half, that is. She's a Fitzjohn. Looking forward to the Float Fish Farm match. Awesome place. Morning, gents. Good luck to both. That was Adrian earlier. Been left on my own. Mike's looking at, I think he's looking at camera 2. The remote camera that's, I think that's set up on Jamie. I suppose it's expected to be a quiet start really, if I'm honest. To be honest, I've been here all morning and I haven't been really taking loads and loads of notice. I don't think I've seen a fish move the whole time in any of the pegs. I mean, I haven't say overly looking, but you tend to get drawn to that and not a thing is...
Got a picture back, haven't we? Yeah, don't know what happened there.
Oh right, so that's technical. I was just saying to everybody, we've been here all morning. Aaron's sick. No, he's foul at that, I think, by the looks of it again. I've pegged one. No, I've been here all morning. I don't know about you. I haven't seen a single fish move on any peg.
No, I haven't.
No.
I've walked the lake twice actually. I've not seen anything.
Having said that, no, we've just seen the first one, although that looks like it might have been a roach or whatever. But so I'm saying I'm expecting a slow start really. Aaron on peg 1, pigging a few fish, but he's tight up against a known area with reeds and that is they hang out there, don't they?
Yeah, they've been dubbing quite well off of these reeds throughout the winter, so the fish have been stacked up in there. Steve Fitzjohn, looking forward to the Float Fish Farm match.
Is he a relative of Carly's?
Awesome place. Not that I'm aware of.
That's her second name, isn't it?
Yeah, my wife's a Fitzjohn. So morning, Steve.
Is your missus anything to do with Bob Fitzjohn at March?
Again, not
Fishing?
that I'm aware
No.
of. Should we go through all
Run the matches yeah, we used to run the matches at March.
So,
Just
like
the fishing link.
We'll try and move some of the cameras to catch some of the action
Short.
today.
We haven't seen any, well, I say, it was peg 2 also, it did look like an F1 that Godders had caught. I felt a bit of rain in the air.
No, we don't want any rain. Rain is not good for filming.
No, I've got the brolly though. It's not supposed to, we've got bits of sunlight creeping in, it's supposed to be a bit brighter later. Can you see on the other camera, can you see it?
What do you mean?
Can you see what's happening on the other, is that the other camera?
Yeah, just Jamie up the far end there on the left. That's what everyone's watching.
Oh, they're watching him rather than Billy, like?
No, we're watching both. That's what the audience...
Oh, no, split screen?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Yes.
Hey?
So we are trying, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep up.
Yeah, we are trying. It's early days yet.
Yeah, if you go onto the YouTube channel, you can see, look, we're watching everybody split screen.
Well, half the problem is logistics with some events like this, isn't it? You know what I mean? Getting the people, getting set up. Oh, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. So, I don't know how many people are watching at home, but I hope you're enjoying.
What we need is, when we get goes, we need a camera right next to each angler. We want them mic'd up, don't we? Like,
Somebody already does that though, don't they?
do they?
Yeah. I don't think people enjoy commentating on their own fishing. Fisho do that in the final, don't they?
Yeah.
They have a microphone on everybody and they cut to everybody and
Yeah,
ask.
but if we could give them the choice, like,
Well,
as well as,
if they want the
it's up to
choice.
them, isn't it?
Bruno, who did a nice little winter feature with us here, he relished the commentary.
It won't suit everybody, but I'm sure there'll be certainly some of the head-to-heads that we've got planned for the future. People who want to know what people are going through while they're. Well, you're a Formula 1 man. Do you want to listen to Lewis Hamilton talking about it as he's going around?
He's a Formula 1 man.
I thought you liked watching Formula 1.
Well, if I need to go to sleep, I'll watch it.
I've made that up, haven't I?
You've completely made that up.
I've looked at you and thought you're a certain type of character, and I've just made it fit. And
You've judged me.
I've prejudged you.
me, haven't you?
I've assumed again, as you said. Assumption, the mother of all.
The mother of all mistakes. Assumption.
Yeah. I could have sworn you were a Formula. You look just like a Formula 1 man.
Well, if you want to watch things go round and round and round, that'll soon put you to sleep in my eyes.
Well, all right then. Do you want to watch? Well, firstly, yeah, you want to watch Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk boxing. Now we starter for dead.
Yeah, we want to watch some boxing.
We want to watch some boxing, don't we? End of story. We're a bit old-fashioned like that, aren't we? We like to watch our sport rather than be arguing about it on social media.
I'll tell you what I want to be watching. I want to be watching these guys catch some fish, but it's just not happening at the minute. But then it's not happening for anybody, is it? That's
to be expected. Listen, one thing I am going to be launching, and I could ease in there, and it's always better going live, is I've finalised during the week the date for our Marmite competition. F30 is the name of it. We decided. Yeah, Aaron's into a fish off peg one. We've decided that we're going to call it F30 in honour of T20 cricket. We've got a date for that. It's July the 2nd. And I think tomorrow night I'll probably do a live and go over some of the details of how we're going to set it up.
yeah.
But fingers crossed for that one, because there's only one thing for certain in our sport at the moment, and that's if we don't get new members in, people that wouldn't normally be fishing, not the ones that are there anyway and will be till the dying days, unless we get new people in 20 years time I should probably be dead, along with an awful lot more of you. So, but anyway, we'll do a bit more about that as things go on. But we've got a date now. I've approached we've got the competitors, we've got a venue, Jansen's Fishery, going to look after us for the day. Cracking venue. Start asking questions or whatever, like, but we want to get a lot of interest in this. We're going to put on an event, we're going to film it, we're going to do the best we can, get it on YouTube. We're going to hopefully try and create some new interest from a more exciting format.
I think
have we got,
as we're gassing,
yeah, okay. Well,
Billy Marlow's off the mark.
In. Looks like a bit of a lumper, doesn't it? Plodding, is it?
This was the thing in the week. There was some bigger carp down this end. I think that's why
It's not that big, is it?
Well, it doesn't look like a little F1, does it?
Northants boy. Just to let you know there.
So I think Jamie has Billy in his eyesight, whereas Billy's looking across the lake and Jamie's up to his left. So I'm sure Jamie will be well aware of
£4, would you say?
Billy catching. Yeah, to be honest, I was looking at the screens and technical side of things and wasn't really paying attention.
Top commentating there, like, yeah. That's all right, I've got you here, people. I've got my eye on things. Did Aaron land that one, did he?
Yeah, Aaron's had another one, yeah.
So he's had a couple, so he's...
So 1-0 Billy
watching
Marlow.
his results over the last year, and the failed newcomer, if I'm right, he's American or Canadian or something like that. And he's certainly taken to the sport, and I've watched his weights go up and up and up.
Oh, there's a couple of new anglers here. A friend of mine, Adam's behind us on peg 26. He's a all-round fisherman, but coming back into match fishing.
Who's that?
Adam behind me on peg 26. I used to fish with him when we were kids. So, specimen carp angler. He's
One of them, eh?
He's done all sorts of things. Yeah, he's travelled the world fishing. I think he was even a bailiff at, is it what's that Thai place?
Thai place?
Yeah. Where they all go to those Thailand and fish for the exotic fish.
Oh,
I think he even did a stint there. I can't remember.
oh, yeah. I can't think.
So there's a few fish starting to be caught now. Peg 2's just
Yeah,
had
so
one. Peg
Gardner's
1's
just had another one, yeah.
Peg 1's just had a fish. Billy's obviously had a fish. Still not
So
seen
it's
Jamie have anything yet.
Slowly waking up, are they, do you think? It looks cold to me at the moment.
Yeah, that wind, I think that's what's doing it. Normally the lakes perform better on a second.
Aaron just
Second
pinged something
match
again
day.
there, mate. Maybe I'll take one.
There was an open on here yesterday.
Yeah, what, won it? 150?
£157 yesterday off peg 6, yeah, so.
Derek sat there today. I think this is a tackle and baits run match, like run by Cam and Clive Sparky.
Yeah.
Match that I fish quite a lot of once I'm feeling a bit fitter. There's quite a few today at 24. But they fish matches pretty much all round. Well, here, Piddly, Kings and Big, Kings and Small, Decoy, and Float Fish Farm basically over the whole year pretty much. Every Sunday, always something going on a Sunday in Cambridgeshire. Anybody interested? Because anybody's welcome as well.
Yeah.
But one of the better. Well, what can you say? Anybody's welcome, eh? They always manage to fit people in. Cracking event.
Yeah. Just that slightly so we can see a bit more of Billy. Not got the best of camera angles for Billy.
If you do need to find out about that, obviously ring up the tackle shop. But every Sunday, Cam and Clive are running something. Goddard has got another one. This is his third one on peg 2. Big fish again, is it?
Yeah, not got. Just going back to what I was saying, we've not got the best camera angle for Billy, but we don't want to upset anybody else. We try to stay out the way and not upset the other anglers. We should be able to see everything from here though. Gillums, Andrew Gorsden, thank you. Yes,
Yeah,
I believe he might, if he can hear me, he might even nod. But I believe he was a bailiff.
What are you doing?
Gillums, yeah.
What are you doing, Bowen? You should be fishing. You're too cold for your JVAC. Or are you actually fishing, not catching, and commenting on YouTube as well?
He's sat at home in the warm. He's sensible. Sat here watching fishing instead of fishing.
I know what a couple of lightweights him and his old fella can be, that is for sure. Because I'm one of them as well.
Hope you well, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. And your dad for that matter. Brian. Gus to those who know him. It's not the warmest, is it?
It ain't. It really ain't, and that's having its toll on the fishing today by the looks of things.
They'll have a few, although 24 is quite a lot, isn't it? But then again, they can't escape. What I was saying earlier, when we used to fish at Decoy, it didn't seem to matter that you only put a few on Beastie at times. The more you put on there, the less chance they seem to have of escaping from you. I suppose that is the thing with this time of year. It's a bit of a practice for us, isn't it, to get things...
Yeah, we're never going to catch loads of action, I guess, at this time of year, especially on days like this when things are slow. But for us, this is, like Steve's just said, this is a practice. We want to cover as many of these head-to-heads as we can throughout the competition, and obviously we want to produce something for everybody worth watching when it comes to the finals. So
and more equipment's going to help once we employ it, isn't it?
Yeah,
always.
And slowly we keep adding. Oh, Just see Jamie's. Look, I think that's his first fish.
Because ideally, if we had another camera down there and even me stood behind him for these ends, so we could be...
What we want is cameras on floats, Steve. That's what we want. We want to see these floats
what
going
we
under.
Want is floats going under for a start.
Yeah. So, by my recollection, that's one fish all if he gets this in the net.
Yeah.
Andrew says, Dad's out on willows. I've lost a bit of interest and had 3 months off, but we'll be back out again next week.
Fair enough.
Fair play.
I know
It's not been great fishing, to be perfectly honest. Over the winter this year, I feel that it's been really up.
I've averaged about £190. Oh, seriously?
What a takeaway.
No, you cheeky sod. I've lost weight, my old beauty. No,
Where you keep going to these?
I went in December, didn't I?
Where did you go?
Kingsland.
Ah, yes, you've been going to Kingsland.
I went in
yes.
December, caught £190, and that's it. Average. You've got to be limited with the truth, haven't you? You've got to manipulate the figures.
Been once,
you've got to be like the
been
BBC.
Once caught £190.
Yeah.
Therefore, that's an average.
Yeah, but that's what the BBC would do, wouldn't they? They'd twist it around to make it sound like I was going to start World War III. Not just the BBC, other media channels as well, sorry. Let's be
yes.
all media channels.
Let's not be biased.
Yeah, that's right. They're all equally guilty of trying to sell you something interesting, even if it's not true.
Yeah. So, what we could actually tell people, I suppose, Steve.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Oh, God, give us a clue.
Wednesday the 5th of April.
What, ticket sales?
Last chance.
That's this Wednesday, isn't it? Ah,
Yes.
good. I was going to say, because I was thinking we need to close it a bit earlier to give us time to... But is this Wednesday?
That's this Wednesday.
Oh, right, yeah. So, yeah, like last knockings, really, for Super Cup tickets, because as of Wednesday, you won't be able to buy them.
That's a guarantee. As from Wednesday, we will be 100% closed. So we only opened up again because Cambridge and Northants had an oversubscribed uptake, and we obviously needed to sort that out and get that down to 32 anglers.
We only opened up again because we can, and because we're trying to get as much money in the kitty for you guys as possible.
Well, yeah,
that's the end of the story. I'd apologise for keeping fishing match open for people to book into.
As from Wednesday, the whole competition is closed for ticket sales because Monday we will be doing the main draw for all 20 regions.
Yeah.
Terrible at multitasking. I just got distracted by Andrew saying fish on, and look, he's spotted that Jamie's into another one.
That's why he meant fish on, yeah?
I'm assuming so, because there will be some delays on some of these feeds.
So he's had 3 months off, but he's out commentating with us this week.
He's out commentating us from however many miles away.
Aaron's got one in the reeds here. It's trying to establish
Yeah, I think I've got his pole coming across our
get a double bubble, are we?
Yeah. Yep, so that's fish number 2 for Jamie. We could keep count here if I was clever. Let's see if that's a half decent fish as well.
Chap next to Billy's just had one as well, hasn't he?
Has he had a second one?
I think so.
I wasn't watching.
No, I wasn't.
I don't think he is.
I tell you, mate, honestly, it's killed my back standing up.
Go and get your chair.
Yeah, I think that's down there, isn't it?
Oh, I told you not to leave it down there, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
I think the way we're set up, we'll probably spend most of the day here. So if at some point you want to go and get your chair and a cup of tea for us both,
yeah, that'd work, wouldn't it? Like, yeah.
Feel free.
Yeah, it'd definitely work.
So yeah, fish number 2 for Jamie there, and that looked like a half decent fish as well. The wind is blowing Jamie's way, but it's just not very warm. So.
You're going to be alright for cooking. I'll have to go sooner or later, so I might as well...
You're more than welcome, Steve. Off you go. Take the car.
I'll tell you what, before I go, let me tune in as well on YouTube.
Yeah, and you can have a little listen and see what the sound quality is.
Yeah, that's right.
And I can't slag you off because obviously you'll be watching.
You can, you're welcome, mate. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I'm thick-skinned.
I told you to disconnect that, didn't I?
Oh, yeah. So you want me to disconnect from this Wi-Fi?
Disconnect from the Wi-Fi so that we manage to maintain a half decent signal for everybody watching at home, rather than you got your phone in your pocket. Job done.
Right. So now I just want to go onto YouTube.
And you can watch it. Turn sound down there, else we'll get a bit of feedback.
Just click on that. Yeah. Oh wow.
There's 17 people watching.
That's alright, isn't it, for a Sunday morning?
It's alright if people are sat at home in the warm and they
yeah,
want to watch a bit of fishing.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I say, we'll make it more and more exciting as things go along, won't we? Once we get it.
When you get away from the camera and the microphone and everything, stick the sound up and just make sure everything's all right.
Yeah. Okay. All
If
right,
anyone at home spotting anything, chuck us a comment or send us a message.
yeah, because we're well open to criticism and
We love a
comments.
bit of
We
criticism.
absolutely love it, don't we?
Well, at the end of the day, if something's wrong, we need to fix it. And if we can fix it, it'll improve everything. And if we keep improving, we might have half decent setup. So just let us know.
We just thrive on people being horrible to us, don't we?
Well, that's the human nature, isn't it?
Schadenfreude.
Too fat, too tall, too thin, too small.
Yeah,
That's human nature.
Yeah, but we're very tolerant of that because we are also humans. Right, I'll go and get the tea.
Mine's
Yeah?
a cup of tea, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
No sugar.
I'm on it.
Leave a tea bag in.
I'm on it like a bonnet.
So we're going to try and stay live today for the entire match. As long as technology doesn't let us down. Sorted out some signal issues. For anybody that watched last week's live and we was dropping out a little bit. If you're just tuning in, it's a slow start. Jamie's had a couple of carp. Normally an F1 area of the lake where Jamie is, so we was expecting him to get a few bites. Billy's had one, although we do get easily distracted and that might not be everything. Slowly there's a few fish now starting to appear more and more around the lake, so things are picking up. Very hit and miss yesterday. There were some good weights and some of us didn't catch anything. Here on the open on Jay and Magpie. So this is a club match today, 24 on Magpie. And hopefully as the day goes on, the fishing will improve and we'll have a little bit more action for everybody. Like I say though, these are little testers for us, just to get some practice in ahead of the summer. As I say, we're going to try and cover as many of these head-to-heads as we can. We're going to try and get to as many of the regions as we can as well. Not just keep coming to the same venues. both anglers fishing long at the minute. Looks like both are pinging maggot. If the action starts to improve, we'll try and move one of the cameras so that we can see floats going under. Just where Jamie is at the other end of the lake at the minute, that's going to be a little bit harder for us. We might just have to relocate to get some coverage of him. So for the minute we've just left the long lens on camera 2 so that we can see both anglers and see what's happening. Let's have a bit of banter. Why don't you tell us who you're rooting for? Who do you favour? Who do you think's going to win? Who's going through and who's going out? Jamie or Billy? If you want to drop comments in the comment section below, we can see them here at the lake. I think Jamie's definitely battling the wind more up that end. Billy's a little more sheltered with the wind off his shoulder and the trees behind him. Wind's definitely picking up now. Not sure if you can hear that at home. Hopefully the sound quality is a little bit better this week. Changed a few things around. have a little play around here. I might be able to. Not sure if you can see this yet. I'm just having a little bit of a play. Hopefully we'll have a scoreboard up. Oh yeah. We'll try and keep that up to date. Just have a little play around with that. I'll keep tally of things as we go throughout the day. You'll have to tell me if I've missed any fish. I don't think we have. I think that's what they are. I think Billy's had the one and Jamie's had the two. Steve making comment from the cafe. Well, if you can hear the top captions, will be perfect for F30. If you can hear the birds clearly enough, then I'm guessing we've resolved last week's wind issues. So. Maybe there should be a time display next to there as well. Maybe that's what that is. Oh yeah. We will definitely have to have a play with this. As we head in future. Cool, everything's just popping up. The sound at my end is banging, so he's happy. Andrew, the sound's great. You can hear the birds and the planes and no wind this week, thankfully. Everything is working fine. And we've even figured out a scoreboard. So we can keep track of what's going on. And as I've said that, I think Billy's into a fish. Is he into a fish? He is. Fish number 2 for Billy in the net. We'll try and keep that up to date as best we can. The old scoreboard, see who's had what. Jamie just having a little look down his edge by the looks of things. Seeing whether any have turned up early. 45 minutes into this match. Just keeping an eye on Billy there by the looks of things as well. Been a very slow start. There's not been a lot caught at all. 2 or 3 fish for an angler at the minute would be a good weight, I think. We've got horrible northeasterly on us, and you can definitely feel it. Are you nice and warm and comfy in the cafe, Steve, as I stand out here in the freezing cold making comments on our video? If you've not been to Rookery Waters before, the cafe's worth it on its own. Bit of cake wouldn't go amiss with that cup of tea, Steve. Billy's into another one. So James just looked down the edge and he's give that up fairly quickly. Just guessing he's had an early look just in case there's something there. I'm not sure where Billy had that one from. I don't know whether he just went down his edge for this fish. Nice carp in the net. So from where Jamie is, he'll be able to see straight down the lake towards Billy. He should be able to see him catching. So unless he's fishing his left hand side margin, he should be able to see what's going on. We'll follow the scales at the end so everyone can see what the lads weigh in, and we'll just try and keep an eye on the fish count throughout the match. Hopefully give us some idea. You'll probably just hear peg one splashing around fish at the net. Ah, thanks Andrew. Working out he had that one long, did he? Not a great multitasker here as I try and keep everything operating from behind the cameras. I think Mr. Gorsden there needs a top fan badge. Peg 1 and Peg 2 just had a fish, so things are starting to happen. Billy's had 2 fish long, fairly quick succession. Hopefully something will start happening there. Not seen Jamie catch for a little while. It's just rotating. Different lines. Tried his edge. No sugar in the tea, thanks Steve. So Jamie's on peg 13, which is at the far end of Magpie, and Billy's on peg 3, which chucked up quite a large weight in the week, but after Friday's rain and different conditions today, I don't think anybody's expecting large weights. So normally that end of the lake where Jamie is, you get a few more F1s. You do expect the bites. I think the two fish he's had have been proper carp. One of Billy's was a little F1, wasn't it? 2 good carp with it though, so probably just in front. So the whole point of our little Marmite competition is to wait for that better weather and fish go to those sorts of venues where we are going to see more action than what we would at this time of year. Try and shorten that format of match fishing right down and make it a bit more exciting. Just as Steve said, he's going to try and announce some more regarding that. We keep calling it a competition. It's not really a competition at the minute. It's going to be an invitational thing to begin with, just until we figure out what we're doing with the format. Obviously the anglers that are fishing against each other will be in competition, but it's not something you can enter. It's not something you pay for as such until we get it figured out. Once we've got that format figured out, then we may try and link it to the leagues that we're planning on producing. We'll see where we go with it. I'm looking forward to that one. Bank Holiday Monday, we've got the live for the main draw for all 20 regions. So we'll be expecting you all to tune in and see who you're fishing against. If you haven't already done so, you need to get logged into the platform and accept your region. Have you got any problems logging into the platform? Just send us a message direct and we'll send you a new link. There's still a few outstanding, I think. Aha, and Jamie's into another fish. So it's nice and even on the scoreboard. Anyone's match. Still early doors. Nearly 1 hour in, 5 to go, 10 till 4 today. And as long as we haven't had a catastrophic technology failure, we'll be following the way in. Well, to be honest, we can even do that on our phones, even if we do have a catastrophic technology failure. Thank you, Andrew. I missed Billy's F1. I did say I was rubbish at multitasking. Still fairly even Stevens though, I think, looking at the size of the fish that were caught. 2 carp and 2 F1 for Billy. 3 half decent carp for Jamie. Who's your money on? Peg 2 just putting one in the net. So. Billy on peg 3 there, fishing long, 14 metres, pinging maggot. In the comments there, Andrew's just saying he'd be thinks he'd put his money on Billy and that peg 3's the better peg. I think if I'm honest, if I turned up and you gave me the option of both pegs, I'd probably go with peg 3. And that's not just because there was a good weight off it during the week. I think it's going to be tight today though, just how it's pegged, the conditions. I think it could go either way. As our leader makes it back from the cafe, nice and toasty and warm. Belly fed. Hot drinks in hand.
God.
How's it working?
Well, if you can't say something over the cat, you'll hear it.
I think there's a little bit of a delay. It's not. There is a little bit of delay. Steve just stood behind me now, watching it on his phone, making sure everything's okay. It doesn't go live as in perfectly live. What's that, 20 seconds? Billy on peg 3 there. Yeah, you probably. In fact, you might actually be. You're not even watching live. It doesn't go live as in. There you go.
Oh right, so there's not a problem.
So you'd got a delay on it anyway because you weren't even watching it live.
Mate,
but never mind.
It's superb.
Andrew's our third commentator from home,
right.
keeping an eye on the fish that I'm missing.
Yeah, no, honestly, the sound couldn't be better. But like he says, you can hear the birds. Quite therapeutic, as I put.
Good.
Yeah, stick another couple of cameras on it, a drone, and you perfecting your technique on here with the scoring. I mean, we could probably put weight assumptions and all sorts of
might be able to
potentially. Yeah. Doing a few swooshes where it goes when it zooms into somebody's float and all of that. Options. It's all about production, isn't it?
That's what we need. We need options.
Yeah, and it's a good coverage. Anyway, it's 20 odd people watching. It's you know, like I say, we could have some better shots of floats and stuff, and we could do with more cameramen. Is what we could do with. Yeah. It's not just equipment, is it? It's having people to operate the equipment.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
full production team.
Yeah.
If you're interested, apply to Steve.Dorks.
Apply to getinvolved.co.uk.
So just as we was nattering, I just see Jamie stuck another carp in the net.
We got quite a decent contest actually, haven't we?
Well, I think I'm right at 4 fish all. Andrew's corrected me once, but
God has got another one as well.
Yeah, there's a few fish now starting to come out.
Yeah, peg 5 as well. Has Aaron carried on catching?
I think he's just lost one at the net, but I think he's had a couple. Obviously we're not really here to cover the whole match, we're only here to see these two, Jamie and Billy, peg 3, peg 13.
Amazing how many times though the competitors in the Super Cup perform really well in the context of the match as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just gives you that edge to your game, doesn't it? It's
well, thinking back to last year when we filmed
obviously
Ben
didn't give you an edge to anything.
No, not yesterday, it didn't. No, I couldn't get a bite yesterday. No, thinking back to last year though, when we filmed Ben and Tom in the region final, I mean they finished first and second on the lake, didn't they? And it was brilliant. So yeah, it does obviously bring that something extra special out.
You'd like another hoedown between them two at some stage, wouldn't you? That was
it's on the cards, they're both in, so
that was a good yeah, that's a day I shall always look back on and say if we could have filmed that better.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, definitely.
There's always days you wish you were there. I've just seen my first fish top in there.
There's actually now a few fish started moving just under the surface, and I think peg 1's gone shallow. So just give that a little slap, just to have a look. So there was a few fish under his surface, so just here in front of us. Not that the cameras will see it.
God as his into is a bit better, isn't it? I think. I didn't look foul up particularly. I don't know though, maybe it does. Maybe it does.
I didn't know if Billy was into another fish
it
then,
is
but
foul
he just stopped his pole as a marker to feed his short line. Yep.
I don't took much notice, but then I suddenly noticed it's erratic behaviour.
Oh, well, I needed that cup of tea anyway.
Yeah.
Could you hear me from the cafe then, could you?
I wasn't in the cafe, I was sat in the car doing research work. I'll have you know.
Yeah, with your eyes shut.
I was
Was you researching the back of your eyelids?
I was having a chops with a few people, to be honest with you, like. I've just so many people I bumped into this morning, some that I haven't seen for years.
Yeah, it's very busy here today. We've got matches
It
on
is.
all the lakes, I think, today, haven't we? So.
Yeah,
There's a Jolly Boys match on Crow.
there's anglers everywhere.
Tackle and baits on here, and then couldn't get a breakfast for love nor money earlier. It was so busy. But
It's a busy old cafe. That's 2 weeks. Sorry, cafe. My mum would be turning in a
Cafe,
grave.
sorry.
My mum would turn in a grave. She hated me saying cafe.
I said earlier, if you come to Rookery Waters just for the food, it's bloody great. So,
Well, it's right busy. It was last Saturday as well. Well after the matches had started. There's a clientele get it there. There's walkers, there's hikers, there's talkers, there's
yeah, the locals
chalkers.
definitely get down there, don't they? So, I didn't realise that actually. Filming some of these matches, when we get the opportunity to go back to the shop and to the cafe during the match, you don't realise how busy it is behind you whilst you're fishing, do you?
No. Well, there's accommodation here and all sorts. It's just when this area, it's a bit off the beaten track, but it's very holiday-esque, for want of a better word, isn't it? It's anybody who is thinking of spending a weekend away in the Cambridgeshire countryside should definitely be considering.
Oh, we're missing everything here. Look, Jamie's unhooking another fish,
Rookery
and Billy's just had one in the net.
Yeah, we're doing Thompson's holiday guide.
We're doing look. Wish you were here.
I can see the dude on across the way to my right is into it. There's plenty of fish starting to be caught now, aren't there?
Yeah.
There's Tony, isn't it?
It
Tony
is
Watley.
starting to improve. Oh, is it? Is it Tony on 23?
Yeah, partner from last year's pairs at Buttonhole.
Well, he's a buttonhole master, is Tony.
Me and him in the buttons, but
They're in a match you don't win up there. He's every week.
I say I was my partner in the pairs. We won that.
Well, how come you didn't do bugger all for me then, when you was my partner in the pairs here?
I knew how much it'd annoy
As
you.
I was second in the venue, and you was bloody
sat next to the winner.
Tipped back and gone home, hadn't you?
Yeah, tipped back in disgust.
So,
in fairness, it was a bit too cold, wasn't it? It's a bit wrong time of the year for somebody with very little angling skills. Somebody who relies heavily on fish throwing herself on the hook.
It's Calf Steve, same as Neen.
Yeah,
and
then
O'Shea Cook says Jamie is better. Well, it's a fairly even Stevens at the minute, if we haven't missed any more fish as we gas away behind the cameras and try and keep everything up and running.
I couldn't comment, but like I said, Billy does have a slight edge being a Northants boy, I know.
I think Jamie's had the bigger fish at the minute. I think Billy's had a couple of F1s.
Obviously got a better peg then.
Strange, you don't normally associate the bigger fish that end, but well,
funny you should say that. I probably had the biggest fish I've ever had out of this lake, off of about peg 12 or 13.
Did you?
Yeah, we're going back a few years, but I can remember having something about 13 or 14, if not 15 pound bit. I think it was a big ghosty.
Oh, dare touch that.
That's a different lake now to what it was then. There's plenty of fish moving in the bowl now, aren't there?
Yeah.
Every time I'm looking, look, there's fish, look, they're on the top basically now, aren't they? And the chap over there is into it, so the fish are certainly starting to rock up. So they should be. It's might not feel like summer, but it's that time of the year. They're non-stop now moving, aren't they? It certainly might be a bit, but the water temperature's going to be there or thereabouts, isn't it, for the time of the year?
Yeah.
And I say the days get longer anyway, so it automatically warms up. It's forecast a bit warmer next week, isn't it?
I think Billy's just pulled out of one. Just pinged off something there, I think.
All over the bowl. There's absolutely devoid of fish when we first hour or two that we were here. Never saw a single thing move.
Yeah.
If you'd have come to it and not known, you'd have thought it was empty, but they're flipping over one after the other now. Suddenly I've gone from like, what am I doing here, to I fancy a go.
Don't get him on his lake record, yes.
Don't get him on. Who mentioned late record?
There's only 5 hours left to go.
Who mentioned late record?
Venue record.
Venue record, yeah. County record.
Yeah.
Dolly hole. Complete dolly hole. Been dining on that for a long while. There's people still afraid to draw next to me. Or somehow. I might be wrong with the fear factor there, like.
Yeah, I think
Thinking they just don't want to draw next to me.
Oh, I needed that tea.
Yeah, that was handy, wasn't it? Good job, tea boy. Well
So
done,
what,
that,
are you going to be able to operate all this if I take a break?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Just got to try and keep that fish count right.
As it stands, there's not much operating at the moment, is there? Can't you not do a few things where, because when I was watching the YouTube video, it goes whoosh, doesn't it, where like it will go to like zoom in on one shot, or you could.
Are you talking about changing from the different screens?
Yeah, it sort of whooshes in like.
So what I've been doing is leaving it on the split screen until somebody actually gets a fish.
And then you've been.
And
like,
then I've been changing.
That. You have actually been doing stuff.
Yes.
I just never saw any of that while I was up there.
Yeah, no. Well, what we try to do is leave it on the split screen whilst we're waiting for the action to happen, and then you've got what they call picture in picture. So if we want to make if Jamie's catching, then we'll make Jamie the main picture, and obviously we'll keep Billy in the little picture in the corner. And if Billy's catching, vice versa, so we can switch.
What we really need is to turn that into 4 screens.
That's what we need. We need 4 cameras. Yeah.
So we need float shot, permanent float shots, etc., etc. But again, remember, we're new on this. We're thinking this, but tell us what you think you want to see. You know what I mean? Whether it's possible or not, it's what you know. What is it that makes you tick with the
4 cameras, two cameras on an angler and 2 cameras on the floats, so that we can see all the action, exactly how they're fishing, where they're fishing. I mean, I think most people are like me and you, Steve. They actually like to see the floats going under. So
I still think they also want to see communication with the angler, what their thoughts are, how they're doing, that sort of comparison.
If we get some anglers that are well up for that, then
definitely. Well, we will, won't we?
We'll definitely look into that as well, because.
There's plenty of egotistical buggers out there that want to tell you how good they are. I'll have a go, by the way.
Andrew, I'm loving your comments, Andrew. Loving Steve's technical jargon. Whoosh it in.
Yeah. You know, the bloke actually did refer to it on the technical bit as whoosh.
You can whoosh it in.
Yeah, I think
so. There are various different transitions that we can do wherever we're so I choose the fade transition, so that if we change, so let's come on then. Let's have a little play whilst nothing's being caught.
Exactly.
So let's go picture in picture, look, and it slowly fades into it.
Show off. Go on, show what this bit of kit does.
And then we can switch again, and we can switch, and we can say fade into Billy in the picture that's in picture, or Jamie that's in the picture.
Spend 20 quid you've had, isn't it?
Yeah, so and then we'll drop back to split screen so we can see what's happening for both anglers.
100%.
And then we can go to the little overlay section and we can put a little fishing association.
And if we had a little bit in there,
badge up there, look, we can.
Is there a situation where the person watching it can choose which they want to watch?
We can say, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, and we can scroll that across the bottom. Look, so.
Yeah, but potentially, can they override what we've chosen and focus on? I suppose they can.
That is one of my biggest things. That what the ideas we've been having is long way into the future. Is for you to be able to log May time, yeah. No, for you to be able to log onto our platform, and of all the anglers in the match, pick which ones you want to watch. So if you want to watch peg 1, peg 6 and peg 8, whoever's on them, you can select that and watch all 3 at the same time on an online platform. That is for us the ultimate goal almost, to be able to do something like that. And yeah, we will have to have cameras behind every angler and cameras in front of every angler.
One of the ultimate goals is to be on like something like Good Morning TV, announcing how we've got loads of new interest for the sport from people that never would have actually done it, because they've embraced the technology that we're using, and you know what we're doing to try and make a more accessible, more interesting product. You know, because the bottom line, it's all great.
Could you imagine you on GMTV?
No, not really. No, not really. No, I was thinking more in terms of you or Kate or Carly or Sean or something. Definitely not me, no.
Well, I think we might need someone a little bit more aesthetically pleasing than one of us.
What do you mean? No, I wasn't thinking aesthetically pleasing would be a problem.
Well, I don't talk
Other than jealousy, of course, right, and creating a situation.
Well, someone that doesn't talk a load of rubbish would be...
Yeah. Or somebody who's a bit more pro the system than me, actually. Somebody a bit less politically...
Oh dear.
Orientated, peg 5 again. No, but the point being that that's a position that will measure any sort of real success that we've had. Like I've always said about bringing in new money to the sport, all of those things.
Yeah.
But the main thing is that people, we're all agreed on, because everybody, you hear all of the other people, everybody's saying about it's this and it's dying and this, that and the other. And that's great, that's wonderful. But we all realise it's time. What we want is to people get involved to stop it, to give us a possibility, a chance of turning that around. And
yeah.
But I'm sure that, listen, we've already got plenty of volunteers starting to come in with the Marmite or the F30 thing at Jansen's coming up. We've got loads of people prepared to help. The main thing is by then that we'll be in a position, filming wise, to be able to put together a good product to people that, you know, on YouTube. And this is what this is about, isn't it? Practicing and heading towards our finals for the year. Well, it's an ongoing situation. It's a learning curve. Quote that old Chester.
It's not the best time of year to be filming, but like we keep saying, we're just testing.
Not the best time of year to be doing anything.
No, but we want to be testing this kit out. So you'll have to put up with the boring not catching at the minute. But we're testing all this kit out. We'll get it so that we kind of know what we're doing, I guess, and then when it comes to it in the summer, when the action's there, we'll be ready for it.
And we'll be ready to catch it, put it in its best possible light, make it appealing. Listen, what we're showing to you today is the basis of it, isn't it? That head-to-head.
Are you paying attention?
What's that?
Oh, got the wrong picture in picture. Let's get the right one, and we'll see that Jamie's in.
Exactly, but when we come to Jansen's event, we can have 2 people. We've got 8 people in that, so we'll have 4 head-to-heads in a line, and with that scoring system and everything we've done, everybody will know exactly what's going on and exactly who's winning it. And so essentially, we're looking like a darts match scenario of head-to-heads of people. You can see where it's going, all in a space of 30 minutes. Yeah. So from capturing a youngster's imagination, we shouldn't. 6 hours can be a bit. It's great if we all love it. We're brought up on it. It's this generation of youngsters that we're trying to appeal to live in a lot faster world than we were brought up in, and our expectations are higher, would you say? So we need to provide them something that meets up with those expectations.
Keep up with their technical demands.
Yeah, of course, loads of people are going to absolutely hate it. The traditionalists, the ones that like prefer the Test cricket, die hard, you know, and prepared to deny totally that T20 cricket has changed the face of the whole sport. There'll always be that. Hey, there's plenty of people out there still think that we didn't go to the moon and the Earth's flat, and you won't convince them otherwise. And fair enough, they may well be right. Good luck to them. But we won't be trying to. I could have sworn his float's gone under there, but.
So
amazing how easy it is to be distracted by watching a float.
We're an hour and 15 minutes into this match. Jamie's just 1 fish in front of Billy at the minute.
Peg 5's caught. Who's out on peg 5?
Who is it?
Yeah.
I do know his name. Can't think of it off the top of my head.
He's had a few. He's caught as many as anybody, hasn't he?
Peg 6 won the match yesterday.
Yes, that's right.
So if they're in the area, is that Billy just hooked into another fish?
Yeah, Billy's in again. So he fishing 14.5 with a dolly butt.
So it's nice and even Stevens if he gets this one in. That's 6 fish each. It's all going to come down to the size of the fish. He's just pulled out at the last.
Looked. Every time I look in the bowl now, there's a fish moved. I know that.
Yeah. The anglers are fishing short in the bowl at the minute.
You'd fancy catching shallow there, wouldn't you? pigging some casters. There's a float just over there. There's that chap. Can you now fish across there? They're like that's full of lilies. Are they just taking them all out?
No, they're just not hit the surface yet, that's all.
So he can't really be fishing there, can he?
No, but in his float.
Float, that's an old one.
Yeah.
My favourite peg on this lake, 36, sorry.
36, yeah, I was talking to somebody this morning about that peg.
I drew it 5 times on the spin one.
I think I've only had it twice. It's a great peg. It's a great peg.
Yeah, I bet I've averaged £200 off of it. Easy.
So you've been at having...
Easy.
It's a great shallow peg for those of you
Yeah,
that
well,
don't know the fishery.
Well, when it happened a couple of years ago, I used to come every week and catch £400. Seriously, it was solid. There was one period, how many years ago was that now? 3 or 4. It was just absolutely stiff. God has caught another one off a peg too.
Yeah.
It was still, there's plenty of fish in it now in the summer. I mean, we're only in just into April, and there's.
So next Saturday, Golden Reel here.
Is it Golden Reel?
Yes. Tickets still available for that, I believe, through the Golden Reel website. There's 3 lakes next weekend, I think.
Look at that, that's decent fish just oh, he's fishing up against it, yeah.
See, shallow, isn't
Spooked it.
he? He's just plumbing up and he spooked a fish shallow. We're taking our eyes off of the 2 guys that we should be watching.
I'd like me to be distracted. I'm going to go and get my chair, which is what I did. As soon as I stand still, up on the hut and your back starts to seize up.
It really is quite cold. Jamie's into another one. Still early doors, 6-hour match today. Ah, he's pinged out of his. Jamie's just pinged out of a fish.
Again.
Yeah.
They're both just pinged out one, have they?
Yeah, they're both just pinged out of fish, unfortunately.
So what's the limitation of the captioning?
In what way, Steve? What do you want to put on there?
Yeah, like first things first, could we change that 1, 2 to an actual weight? Estimation.
I don't know what the limit of the scoreboard is, but
do you know what I mean? We could even update it with numbers of fish, weight. You know, I don't know what its limitation is.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the best thing to do would be just to have a clicker here, and as we watch the fish go in, click the fish ourselves and update it that way. I don't know what the scoreboard capability is. I'll have to check that out whilst we're not live on streaming, but
it's just interesting what potential it could have. You know, think about like a golf tournament or.
Well, like you were saying about the Marmite competition, the F30 competition that we're looking at. You want to count fish rather than weigh them, don't you? So.
Yeah. So for that it'd be fine, but
we'll have
just any information. Even what about like if we wanted to put what anglers were. Information they'd like, you know what I mean, names and clubs and sponsorship and all.
Yeah, well, we can overlay all sorts of things on this bit of kit now.
Okay, good. Well, that gives it the full capability then, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And I know you've got other captions that you can put on.
Yeah, we can create stuff and drop them on there as well. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, counting the fish as they go in is going to give us a rough idea of weights, sorry, we just got some visitors to our side. Yeah, counting the fish as they go in is going to give us a rough idea of weights, and then we'll obviously be there at the end at the weigh-in as well. So
we're only going to get better at that, aren't we, basically?
So just to give you a quick update, if you've only just joined us, or if you've only just recently joined us, this is a live head-to-head match between Jamie Thompson and Billy Marlow. This is the Cambridge and Northants preliminary round. We're reducing the numbers of anglers in this region down to
Billy in again.
Down to 32.
Is Billy in?
Looks like Billy's in. I'm just waiting to see.
Yeah.
Elastic out for Billy Marlow there. He pulled out of that last one. That'll be frustrating to see. Not see this one go in the net, but that's there. That's safe.
Yeah, well they've both just pulled out of one, haven't they?
Yeah.
Even Stevens, as you said.
Levelled the scoreboard.
Of course, there's no accounting for the size of the fish, is there? That's the thing. It's difficult for.
Yeah, I just from recollection, I think Billy's had a couple of smaller F1s, so even though they're sort of 6 fish each, probably just slightly behind Jamie. It's, like you say, it's the average size, so you just don't know, do you? We'll find out at the end.
That camera, the one that's on Jamie, that's a good 100 metres away from him, isn't it?
Oh, we're one end of the lake to the other, so if you are noticing a few wobbles on Jamie there, we've got a long lens on him and the wind's just catching it slightly.
How much is it possible? Is it possible to zoom in even further on him?
Well, unless you want to see right up his nose.
Well, no. Is it possible from there to zoom into his float?
I can get I won't see his float from there because it's the movement on it's so delicate,
Right.
with the wind as well. So I think we're going to opt just to cover the 2 anglers and as we are.
Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking for now, but I was just looking at potential of, so.
Yeah, if we could position.
Aaron's in on peg what they was.
If we could position ourselves so that we're right behind the anglers, obviously we've got that long lens for watching the floats. But
and of course, drone operator required.
yeah, drone operator required. Desperate to get a drone out. Wouldn't that be great? I'm sure that'll annoy everybody, buzzing above everyone's heads. But it'd be great to get some footage over the top of these people. What was it in the what competition was it when Ben was on 34?
UK champ?
It was UK champs that was here last year, wasn't it? And they got some great drone footage of him fishing shallow off 34. I think he won the match that day, didn't he? Won that leg of the UK champs, but the footage is.
Do they come with cameras, or do you put these cameras on them?
No, the drones come with them. Yeah, they come with them. But some great footage on the internet there of Ben catching off 34.
No longer exist?
Did what, sorry mate?
Maplins no longer exist?
No, I think they shut that down, mate.
Yeah. That's true. That was a good day out, that was, wasn't it?
I always used to enjoy going in there, but...
yeah, I've took the missus once or twice to Maplins.
I don't know if they still operate online, but I think all their shops have gone.
But the beauty of it was you could go in there, couldn't you? You could sort of touch the... It's funny really, you'd have thought a store like that would have survived, would have been very much a la mode, Rodney.
Yeah, it would have been one of the moments, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you'd have thought, wouldn't it?
So 30% power on the internet.
You are.
So probably going to need to plug that in.
Yeah, well that's what
That's the only thing we're a bit governed by today, is some...
But you've got a plug-in power bank, haven't you?
Power? Yeah, but everything's plugged into them, Steve.
Oh, right.
I've got the one spare just in case, but I have got some other smaller power banks that might just extend that capabilities.
We need a solar or a generator.
We've got Jamie and Billy in at the same time. Another one in the net for Jamie.
Well, that's the thing about having them both mic'd up. They can both know exactly what's going on, can't they, you know? Whether they want to or not.
Is Billy going to get this one in? So it's really tight here at the minute.
I wished I'd put my one-piece diving suit. I don't know that.
You want to displace some of the water, Steve?
You what?
You want to displace some of the
Yeah.
water?
Hey mate, I've lost count how many people have commented that I've lost weight.
In all fairness, you have. You've done well. You do look a shadow of your former self.
Lithe is the word you'd use, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or live, anyway.
This one's really giving Billy the run around. Don't know if it's foul hooked. That's evaded the net a couple of times. And she's in. 7 fish apiece.
How many?
7 fish apiece.
Yeah. What's it got to be?
We thought it was going to...
At a time when you're not really usually catching now, are you? What, we hour and a half in?
Hour and a half in, yeah.
Dried up by now.
It's 11.
Good venue, Magpie, I tell you.
Yeah, it's
really
been,
good venue.
It's been on form just lately. It's definitely the lake on the complex at the minute.
Anybody
Well,
holds the
normally it's,
record
to be
for
honest,
this
isn't it?
place could be really proud of themselves. I think. No, I've always liked Magpie. It's picturesque for a start, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of shelter, banging breakfast, not to be sniffed at. I'm just looking at my phone and Anthony Joshua. Top man, eh?
So if you're wondering about what the scoreboard is, if you haven't been tuned in, if you've just joined us, that's fish count. So I think we're right, 7 fish each. We'll try and keep that live and up to date. Even Stevens at the minute. Bit more action starting to come now as fish come from pretty much every peg. But we're only focused on these two guys today.
You what, mate?
Jamie Thompson and Billy Marlow, and they're head to head.
I'm glad I'm here rather than sat in the warm at home watching the Indian Premier League. I'll bet you are, aren't you, Andy? I bet Andy Goursden's watching the IPL.
He's got 2 TVs on at home, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got watching us on YouTube.
He's watching us on his phone
IPL.
and watching the rest of the daily sport on his main TV.
A bit of double bubble. Super Sunday. Ask Mick King. He is fishing there. Look, that is his pole. He's fishing over there.
Yeah, but his pole weren't there before.
No, but there's a massive reed bed. If he hooks one, surely he can't. Not reed bed.
Yeah, so we're obviously, you're talking about someone we're not filming, obviously.
Yeah.
for the confusion. Yeah. Well, I'm just impressed that we managed to stream an half decent picture for an
Yeah, the quality
sensible amount of time, and we're maintaining everything. I think batteries is going to be an issue towards the end of the 6 hours.
20 seconds. I haven't caught up live. How do I do that?
So now people are listening to you, watching us on YouTube on your phone, Steve.
Is that a good thing or a bad
Well, no,
thing?
not really, is it?
I can see 7 all on the screen and the sound is weird. I'll tell you what. The only thing missing there is some live actual footage of me on camera, isn't there?
Well, should we get another camera, Steve? We can catch Steve on his chair,
Yeah.
mouth open, Z's.
Hey, housewife's choice. Hey, nothing wrong with a bit of delusion. As it Quentin Chris said, life's a stage, why put yourself in a lowly role? Not that I'm comparing myself to Quentin Chris, by the way. just to be absolutely sure about that. No.
Both anglers still opting for maggot long. Pinging maggot over the top. It's fairly even, Stevens, like we say, 7 fish each. There's not going to be a lot in it. A couple of smaller F1s for Billy, but maybe some bigger carp as well for him, so some fairly steady sized fish for Jamie.
I've seen Tony McGregor captain across there.
Andrew's trying to update you with the cricket scores, Steve.
Oh right, cool.
I'll let him look at the comment section, because nothing bores me more than cricket.
What's that?
I said I'll let you check out the comment section.
Yeah, well it's, oh yeah, I can do that, can't I? It's certainly going to be a lot warmer there, isn't it?
But you was right, Andrew's watching the cricket.
Yeah. Why not? Rajasthan Royals 85 for 1, Butler out for 54. Sorry, yeah, perfect.
Turn your sound down. Technophobe Steve.
Is that better?
Yeah. Yes, we're just outputting perpetual sound, aren't we? It's just the same thing rotating forever. People don't want to hear us. Over us, over us, over us. People don't want to hear us full stop. But Billy just missed one. It's so cold, but there's a few fish shallow, it's ridiculous. Just spotting some being spooked. As people are plumbing up and
God, there's another one.
yeah, peg 1, peg 2, both into fish at the same time.
Has Aaron got one as well on one, has he?
Nothing for our guys at the minute. Is that Jamie into one? Elastic out, yep. Smaller one for Jamie, there's another one in the net.
14.5 upload. That'll be. I know we're not connected. So, see what I mean? Even not connected to that, it's offering a good signal. I suppose the thing it offers is, in fact, it's multi-capable, you know, with varying sims, isn't it? But I'm beginning to wonder whether it's any different to actually just tethering it to your phone.
I don't understand why the signal this week is so different to last week, though.
We were on a different lake, though, weren't we? Oh no, not on Raven, we weren't.
No. So.
Yeah, because we tethered off of my phone last week, didn't we?
Yeah, and that's the thing with the system. We're looking for a stable signal, aren't we? So Jamie in again. Look. Just moved to a short line.
Where is Jamie from? Do you know?
I don't know where he's from. I'll have to talk to him afterwards.
We ought to know this stuff, really, haven't we?
Yeah.
Well, I do know it. It's be on the computer at home.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that the same thing? On peg one?
No, he's just peg one's just had 2 fish in quick succession, but so is Jamie, who we're now watching. Jamie's just had.
Can you see what stamper fish Jamie's catching?
So I think up until the last one, they were sort of good £3. I think the last one was a smaller F1. He's just hooked this one short as well. Let's see what this one is. Certainly fighting well. Definitely giving him the run around. That's another one in the net.
What are we at now? 8-7?
That'll be 9-7 for Jamie.
9-7.
Yeah.
Still wouldn't like to say, would you?
No, it's too early doors. Crikey, Billy could get a good run of fish at the end there. You just don't know, do you? If we said that, I think he's just hooked into a fish as well. So.
Who, Billy?
Yep. It's real close stuff. Real head to head. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Jamie's just moved onto a short line and he's just sort of thrown out of his hand. So he's just had 2 quick fish.
That's always
It'll be interesting to see whether that line.
If you catch out the back of your hand, happy days, eh?
Yeah, yeah. Billy's still fishing long, obviously. 14 metres. I think both anglers are on the maggots still.
Well, the lake's fairly full, isn't it? Like, although Billy has his empty opposite him, they got.
Yeah, Billy's got space to his left. Peg 4's not in. But Jamie's got anglers either side of him. But
based on information, you'd have picked peg 3, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that earlier. Yeah, and that's not going on what was off it during the week.
Well, it helps.
It does help to know that a big weight came off it during the week. I think if someone offered you the 2 pegs, you'd go with peg 3, personally. But then what do I know? I don't know a lot, do I?
Shorter walk.
Shorter walk.
That plays a big part with me. But it used to before I became a health conscious god.
Yeah, and I suppose to get to peg 13 you'd need 13 fingers, Steve.
Yeah, well in then coming from Rawns.
How's she lost?
Yeah. Got at least 30. Is he in on peg 1?
Looks like it.
I can't see the top end, I can only see what. Yeah. Go on, Aaron.
That's another good fish in the net for Billy there. As he draws it back to 8-9.
Got a long margin as well, hasn't he? That's the thing about having a little bit of space, isn't it? Oh. Jamie hasn't got an empty peg, has he?
No, Jamie's got anglers either side of him, so he can't fish to the next platform. But he is looking down his left margin because we've seen him try it already. So Billy's still fishing long, Jamie's fishing short.
By the way, how did Martin and Steve come on? Did we ever get a result for that yet?
Yes, so Martin and Steve decided to fish their head-to-head over the East Bilney 2-day final. I think they had £1,000 competition. Winner of the 2-day.
Which we really wanted to fill, but I'd said to Lee that we would do. But
yeah. So they decided to fish their round, as we've always said. It's up to the two anglers, obviously being brothers. They've come up with this idea. They were both in the final last weekend. The final was over 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. And the outcome was that Martin won. I think he was second on day. Well, he didn't win the final. Sorry, but he won his round of the Super Cup against his brother. I think Martin was second on day one, and I forget where he was on day two. But
well,
he went through.
If that's not the perfect advert for the Super Cup, I mean, one of the biggest things I've always said is anybody can actually beat anybody in the Super Cup. And there you go, do you know what I mean? The far superior brother, Steve, has obviously, been outdrawn by his...
it's still down to the draw at the end of the day, yeah. I mean...
brother, and Martin's had a really fortunate result, and long live the Super Cup.
Yeah, so we'll update properly tomorrow. But yeah, Martin Freeman through.
It's all gone quiet over there.
Steve Freeman's out. So
I'm only joking. Well done, mate. Well done. Tough gig, but still, it's not the first time we've had brothers draw. It's going to be a regular.
It tends to happen, doesn't it? There was a pair of brothers last year that drew against each other.
Father and son.
Oh, was it a father? Yeah, that was it.
Didn't
he? Did he?
Yeah, Daniel, get through to the final.
Oh, Dad stood aside and took the forfeit.
Funny one, isn't it?
Oh yeah, but what a proud moment,
Yeah. I'm trying to think whether my dad had done it for me. Maybe if I hadn't given him a load of abuse before the match, he might have done but if I'd have played my cards right, he might have done. No, I don't think. No, I don't think he would. Hey, it's no right or wrong, is there? But again, perfectly within his rights to forfeit against his son, eh? Would you say?
Yeah. Well, that's up to him at the end of the day, isn't it? Sorry, we're just missing out on...
I'd have thought so.
Wrong one again. Sorry, guys. Billy's into another fish.
There is one thing that's caused opinion of that. In one of the recent matches, I mean, it's happened before, some of the venue organisers are organising matches and they're allowing the pairings for the Super Cup to go on the same lake. Obviously, it's still done on a random draw in my mind, where the first one draws, and depending on which lake he draws, good or bad, then the other angler also draws until he draws a peg on the same lake.
Yeah.
Now, I've heard conflicting opinions whether it should be allowed or whatever.
But it comes down to the same thing, though. If both anglers agree,
I don't see it being a problem, because the argument I've had put forward is that people could potentially be putting bad pegs back into the hat because they're not on the right lake. But then again, I'd argue they could also be putting in the best peg on the venue back into the hat as well, couldn't they?
I'm a firm believer of karma.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I think if it's going to happen, it'll happen.
Yes, so am I. Yeah, definitely.
I think if it's
karma, that's been fatalist, isn't it?
If it's meant to be, it'll be.
Shit will happen.
Shit'll happen. Yeah.
You're manic depressive, mate. No. Thoughts on that one interesting. Again, there's always going to be different opinions, but to me, as long as the fisher is in agreement to do it, it's always going to be down to them, isn't it? Down to the fishery, what they're prepared to do. But the point being here, you're under no obligation to accept that criteria. If you want to go and have a random draw which gives you a better chance because you think you can outdraw what you might think is a superior angler, or for whatever reason, that's your right also to say you want it to run. And that's one of the good things about this competition, especially early doors, I'd like to say really exceptional anglers like Mike, who got knocked out yesterday. You know, but
Nothing
that's not true, is it?
about me.
Like, you know, it's just.
Well, whilst you've been gassing away there, Billy's just stuck a fish in the net and made it 9-9.
There's not going to be a lot in this one, is there?
And Jamie's just straight back into another fish. So if he gets this one in the net.
This would be a good one, wouldn't it?
It's just, it's been brilliant, isn't it? It's
Again, this is great, but that 9-9 or 10-9, that could easily be £60 to £30, nowhere near as close as it, or £60 to £15.
well, it'll be interesting to see at the end of the day, won't it?
It will, but this is my point about the F30 style competition. We will know exactly who's winning. The fact that we're going to be counting fish and not putting them in keep nets, I might add.
Well, I'm still in favour of the keep nets, but
well,
format to be figured out.
Yeah, well, to be appealing to the, we need to know exactly what's going on numbers wise, and of course keep nets are always, they're going to not cause us too much favouritism. I think from a fish welfare perspective it'll come across as, but we will see. We will see.
Jamie
the point
gets that
will
one
be
in the net.
that if it was 10-9 now, we would know exactly who was winning if we were just going on fish numbers, and we would have quite an exciting competition on our hand. Of course, over 6 hours, it's not so exciting, but with 30-minute formats, again, what we're going to be doing is we've got it set up so there's 8 top quality young anglers have been assigned to the exhibition, to the task, and they're going to be fishing against each other throughout the day on a round robin basis, so they'll each have 7 half-an-hour competition with breaks in between, break at dinner time, and a semi-final, final, sort of a bit like the T20 league in the IPL and all over the world. Final in the evening, sort of finishing about 5-6 o'clock, and everybody tuning in should, if we've done our job properly, know exactly what's happening, who's winning, how many points they've got. Draws being possible, of course, as well, and taking fishing back to its real brass roots competitive fishing, really, where you went with your mate, how it all started in real terms, so as traditionalist as you want to get. Ironically, on that basis, it's like we all say about T20 cricket being a new format and saving the future of cricket, but as a youngster, that's what we used to play at Colts cricket in the evening, 20 over matches. So really, in some ways, we're going back to our roots, the same with the fishing, where you go with your mate, you sit next to each other, and it's basically how many you got, 10, 11, 12, and that determined who was the winner back in the day. So really, in some ways, we're not inventing anything, are we? We're just going back to something, the days when it first attracted us. And of course, we're going to couple it with the fact that we're going to have a carp fishery that's well stocked. And we'll be catching a pound of even bigger carp, hopefully in big numbers. Or big enough numbers to make it exciting anyway. How many fish do you need to catch in half an hour? Well, one more than the person next to you is the answer to that one.
Martin Swindles, how did you get on yesterday, Mike? We won't be answering stupid questions.
But being the gentleman you are, you're going to tell him exactly what went on, and you're going to send out a big hearty congratulations to Rick.
Ricky did a great job yesterday on Magpie. He drew peg 16. And I did not such a great job on Jay. I struggled to catch. So congratulations to Ricky from our head-to-head. He's gone through.
Northants boy.
Another Northants boy, yes, as you keep reminding us.
Although 2 have already gone out, being sure.
We're looking forward to seeing who he draws in the next round.
Are we allowed to talk about Sean getting knocked out yet? Is it too close?
Has he got over it yet?
I think so, mate.
No. Poor old Sean. Sean obviously getting knocked out last weekend to Ben Townsend.
Yeah,
we were here trialling some filming last weekend as well, but
No shame in getting knocked out of bed, really. Is
I
it?
think all
Was
the best
unlucky.
people get knocked out in the preliminary round.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh dear.
You wouldn't.
Disappointed to be out, Martin, but never mind. There's always next year.
Hey, you had a bit of luck when you won the pole.
Hey, could I now enter East because tickets are still on sale?
Well,
Double entry.
it's not something we were going to rule out for the future, but certainly under the circumstances, because it's you, no.
Yeah.
Or me, no. But the competition certainly got potential to re-enter or being knocked out at an early stage. I really don't see any problem with that. Hey, we've got to organise it as well. There is that. It's if we had a dedicated team or to doing this sort of thing, then obviously our capabilities are a lot more enhanced. But yeah, no, there's no reason why it couldn't happen in the future. Certainly running two competitions alongside each other. As I've said all along, the only bad thing about the Super Cup is if you get knocked out early doors. You know, if you've put a great deal of emphasis on that being your summer and something you want to focus on, as I'm sure Mike has, I know he has in previous years, then it's obviously majorly disappointing. But as we kick on with a new membership scheme, again I've got to speak to Harry about that tomorrow, with a new membership scheme, we'll obviously have loads of things planned. It's if there's an appetite for it, we will provide. Same as the silverfish matches, the potential. But all again with technology that we're designing along the way alongside it is the thing, because to enable the Super Cup to happen, it's quite a complex platform and setup. It's not standard, that is for sure. Obviously it's great because it's double bubble and it goes on at other fisheries and there's less organisation there. But rest assured, the amount of work that I've had to put in the last year, and Katie, just to make it happen, to keep you guys in touch, to get you loaded, to answer all your questions. Because most of you will agree that have got involved, we tend to get back to you fairly pronto. Tony McGregor just caught a fish over there, about £3. See, on 22, 23, something like that. 22, wasn't it?
Is that Jamie into another one? Jamie's into another one.
What's that, 11.9?
If he gets it in the net. It's not a dead cert. It is though. It is in the net.
Is Aaron in again?
Looks like it. Aaron in and peg one.
Just go by the angle of his pole and what he's doing, so I can't see the elastic, the way Barra's in the way.
No, he's lost it. It is not warm here.
It's what?
It is not warm.
It's warmer than it was though, isn't it? Don't you think?
That wind is.
Or is it because I'm sat lower?
I think it's because you're sat lower and enjoying the sun.
In my pocket.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of sun there. That made all the difference the other day, didn't it, on Crow?
Jamie there's still fishing long. He's been rotating. He's been fishing short out of his hand as well. I think he's still pinging maggot.
Well, it's predicting a bit of sunshine to come.
So the scoreboard there just showing how many fish each angler have had.
It's quite pleasant tomorrow. Plenty of sunshine tomorrow. Plenty of sunshine on Tuesday and lower winds. A little bit warmer, 30. Still not ripping up the record book though with the weather forecast as yet.
Need them southerly winds, Steve.
Yeah, that's what we want, because it's not, is it? It's easterly, it's southeasterly maybe. Yeah, I'm seeing easterly.
How is Tone the Moan getting on? Well, we can see him, Andrew. He's just off to our right.
Who's that?
We can see him catching, but we're not really focused on anyone else other than these two anglers today.
Who can we see catching?
Andrew's just asking how Tone's getting on.
McGregor?
Yeah.
So I've only seen him catch the one fish, but we haven't been focusing to that degree.
Looks like Billy's into one, yeah.
Way the pole's moving. They're catching as many as anybody, aren't they, the two
Yeah, it's fish
protagonists?
Fish for fish. Just as Jamie nicks an extra fish or two, Billy seems to reply and come straight back.
Yeah.
I don't think we've missed any. Multitasking here as we bring you coverage of this head to head. That's another one in the net for Billy. If it carries on like this, it's going to be an exciting weigh-in.
They're going to end on 32 fish each.
You think? Is that your prediction?
Yeah.
32 fish each.
Yeah. It's a bold statement, isn't it? They're going to finish on 32 fish each. Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk are going to get it on in July.
Jamie's in again. He's not letting up on poor old Billy, is he? Internet's a bit slow by the pool in Tenerife. Thank you, Simon.
Who's that? Spinksy?
Yeah. 32 degrees, beer in hand by the pool.
Would tell him B and it begins with B and ends in S.
Did Jamie just lose that one? I just completely got distracted. I think he lost it.
I've been distracted and all. I'm thinking how warm it is where Simon is.
Well, if there's somewhere to watch it from, it's there.
That's quite cool, actually, isn't it? Watching us at Pidley filming,
Yeah.
watching these two film from Tenerife.
I'm glad I'm shivering so that you can be enjoying this so much. I think Jamie lost that. Let us know.
Certainly makes you hope there's no problems with the flight on the way home, doesn't it?
I'm sure Andrew will tell us. Did Jamie just lose that fish as we was distracted? When you write the word internet, first thing was a bit harsh, Stevie boy, says Simon. When you write the word internet, the first thing I'm thinking is, have we lost upload? But no, we're good. 2 hours in. 4 hours to go.
Matt Arnold's getting on peg 33.
We can't see them from here, can we?
No, he's gone in the hat this morning. He's drawn 33 for himself and 34 for his mate Gudge. Hey?
Can't be bad.
Oh, golden arm. Hey, could you believe it if you wanted to pick 2 pegs out?
I think Andrew's just confirmed that Jamie did lose that fish whilst we were distracted. So scores are right, 11-10 to Jamie.
I didn't put my snood on this morning thinking,
Yeah, I thought about putting extra layers on, and I wish it
it won't
bloody
be
had.
that cut. Yeah.
That wind is cutting through us here.
Plonker. Absolute plonker.
And now I'm thinking of beers by the pool in Tenerife.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for that thought, Simon.
Yeah. Jamie just having another little look down his left-hand margin. Just checking. I'm sure he won't stay on it long.
We'll soon be into cup of tea territory again, won't we?
Yeah, I'm guessing you're doing the run if you can't operate the rig.
Yeah, well, it's sometimes good not to be able to do certain things, isn't it? Makes you want to have a bit of cake as well, but I won't because I'm a good lad.
I'm not. Bring some back.
You want some cake then? Okay.
On a stink of coconut oil and factor 10. This is going down a path I wasn't thought it was going to go down.
I bet it's raining there, really.
He's in Northampton, isn't he?
Yeah. No, he ain't. He's always abroad. He was abroad this time last year. Seen another fish move in the bowl. It's making me want to go home.
Well, now you've said it, I want a cup of tea.
Yeah, I should be there, mate. Leave it with me.
Nearly at the halfway point.
Are we really?
Well, just over 2 hours in. Oh no, it's a 6-hour match, not a 5-hour match.
Could I say how are you?
Yeah, I've got completely, yeah, the clock's
That's
changed.
quite worrying, isn't it?
We're a third of the way in.
Yeah. That's quite worrying.
We're a third of the way in and we've lost half the power in all the batteries.
In charge of the technical side of things. Can't count.
Right, Simon, you can bugger off now. He's got Amstel.
He's not showing us pictures of his sunburn, is he?
He's got an Amstel. We're going for cups of tea and he's got an Amstel.
Oh.
We are actually 2 hours in and 50% on the old batteries. I'm going to have to charge something. Hope Simon watched Liverpool get spanked yesterday. Oh dear, that's all going off in the comments section. I'll tell you what you're going to do whilst I just go and get a lead to charge up the internet.
Yeah.
You're going to maintain the
coverage.
You're going to maintain the coverage.
Where's the nearest bin?
Well, you're going up to the thing, aren't you? Let me just grab a cable.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it is a good job you draw that bloke by him round one, isn't it? Unlike me. God, there's fish all over in. I might go and set up in between them two. Can't believe how cold I am. Goddess is in again on peg 2. Again, caught as many as anybody that we've seen. Chap in the basin got one on. 24, 27, 20, yeah, something like that, 24. Got a feeling it's Jamie got one. No. Bad commentating. Goddess is a legend, he certainly is. It'd be good if we could ever come up with an all-round competition. Multi-discipline competition. Bloke next to him on 24 if it was, got one. So there's plenty of fish coming out. Here comes the battery man.
Has anything happened? Has anybody caught?
No, I did think Jamie had got one, but
the scores are still through.
Yep.
Hopefully this will charge this. I thought this was supposed to have 13 hours battery life.
What, that? It's probably not charged up though, you don't want it.
It was 100% this morning.
Oh yeah, you've been running it off of the non...
Helping us out today.
It is nice, Steve boy, to hear the birds of spring singing in the background. Yeah, while you're sat by the bloody pool sunning yourself. Birds of spring my backside. Yeah, Aaron's in again, or he's into the weeds again. I think he's might be hooked up on the bank or been dragged in. I don't know. Ah, it's coming, he must be got it out. On peg one, that was good angling. Can you? I say it's nice to do this. Well, that didn't take long, did it? Well, but it was, it's only a little fish, but...
Everything else should be okay.
All-round competition, breakfast, fishing, drinking. Well, who's going to take you on into breakfast one? Martin, maybe. He'll have a bash. And his brother for that matter. Right, do you want me to go and get a cup of tea?
Yep, if you want to do the teas. And keep an eye on the scores. Hopefully Steve's not missed anything. I think we're still right, 11 fish to 10. Shallow feeding the dolphins, Simon. Let's just catch you all up then. So the idea of this is just a little bit of a practice for us as we head into the summer. We're going to try and film as many of the head-to-heads in each round as we can. So if you can support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel, it's free, it will remain free, and then any coverage we get you can obviously enjoy at your leisure. So today we're filming Jamie Thompson and Billy Marlow fishing their head-to-head in the pre-qualifier for the Cambridge North Hants region, which was oversubscribed. At the minute it looks like Jamie's just ever so slightly ahead. A similar stamp of fish each, but Billy's had a couple of smaller F1s as well. Be interesting to see at the weigh-in if we can maintain the fish count, what the difference will be. Feel free to drop us any comments in the comment section. We can see everything you're posting live by the lake. So the Cambridge and North Hants region is closed whilst we have this preliminary round to get the region down to 32 anglers, but all other regions are still open for ticket sales. So if you're watching this and you think why not, and you're in one of the other 19 regions, and the ticket sales for those regions will close when we either get to 32 anglers or I think it's Wednesday the 5th. And we'll load the platform this weekend, next coming weekend, Easter weekend. And then the main draw for all regions will be on Monday the 10th. Bank holiday. So we'll be looking forward to that live next Monday. Seeing who's drawn against who. So the action is increasing around the lake. We're still fairly steady for our two. Is that Jamie just hit into a fish? No, he's missed. So we've got the long lens on Jamie, so we can't actually see him from where we are. The camera's positioned 10 yards off to our left, from one end of the lake to the other, just to keep an eye on him. So normally we'd try and cover anglers' floats and try and get that footage of them floats going under. It's just where the anglers are situated today, that's going to be particularly difficult, so we're going to stay with the view we've got and just keep coverage of the number of fish they're catching. Comment from Match Fishing and More, what pegs they on and lake please. So today we're at Rookery Waters at Pidley in Cambridgeshire. We've got Jamie Thompson versus Billy Marlow. Billy's drawn peg 3 on Magpie and Jamie's drawn peg 13. So the scoreboard there is how many fish they've each had, assuming we haven't missed any. So it seems to have slowed up for our two anglers, but there are fish being caught around them. We thought this would be a nice tight match when they drew their pegs. Jamie's been rotating, catching short, catching long, maggots out the hand, pinging maggots long. And Billy's, I think most of his fish have just come from pinging maggots long, 14.5 metres. Both anglers have had a quick look down their edge, but a bit too early in the day for that. I think most fish that are being caught long at the minute. Wind's just dropped off again. It's been bitterly cold. Billy just strikes into a fish. That's ever so tight. Can't see any one person running away with it. It's going to be a steady match today. Might be a bigger fish for Billy. Definitely moved some water there as it broke surface. Playing well. Don't think he's foul looked it. One or two bigger fish starting to show. Is he going to get it in the net? Got it. Another one in the net for Billy. Another little look down the margin for Jamie. Just periodically checking that, just to make sure there's nothing there. Obviously if they turn up he fancies nicking the odd fish. Not seen Billy try his margin yet. I think he tried it, I think he might have tried something shallow or short early, but he's sticking with this long line. Looks like Jamie's in again. Little quiet spell there as the sun broke out. Definitely feel the warmth when it does. Still fish being caught around us. The scoreboard there reflects what we believe has been caught. We may have missed a few fish. Jamie there just been rotating his lines. See him feed his left and his right margin now. He's caught short, out the hand. And then he's been feeding long as well, just pinging maggots. It's a steady day. Can't see anyone running away with it. Another good fish in the net for Jamie.
They've only had one fish, haven't they, since I've been gone?
Yeah. Oh, what you got?
Round.
Treats. God, tea and treats.
No, that one Jamie just, did he get it in?
Yeah, Jamie's just had another good fish. I have had a message from Alex saying that he might have had a few more F1s than we've said.
But he might have had.
Jamie. But
what, from Alex Bait?
yeah. So
what we've missed out on?
That we might have missed. So apologies if we have. We're trying to keep it accurate.
How does he know?
I don't know.
I know it's his fishery and all that, but
Alex knows everything.
it's a bit worrying, isn't it?
It's like the all-seeing eye.
God is in. I tell you what, that sun can stay out, can't it?
It's the first time it's proper broken through, and I've made a difference.
Oh, mate. Absolutely.
Hopefully the coverage is holding up.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I can't believe you got me a little treat in a cake there, Steve. Thank you very much.
It's called an egg brownie.
Ooh.
It looks like it's got Easter eggs in it.
Very nice. That'll go well with the cup of tea.
It was either that or lemon drizzle. Did I make the right choice? Or?
Can never go wrong with chocolate.
No, that's exactly how I looked upon it. That's exactly how even though I didn't indulge myself, I still know the form. You can't go wrong with chocolate. Might be in for a bit more sun if we're lucky there as well. There's a bit of blue sky coming.
I'll be happy if that sun stays out. That wind is freezing.
As it gets later in the day, it's going to be more sunny. By the time we're weighing in tonight, it should be cold. So where's Where's Alex watching Jamie from then?
Must be in the tackle shop.
Oh, right, watching our footage and got the same information as us, we just missed it.
No, I don't know whether he's messaged Jamie direct, I don't know. I don't doubt him for one moment. So, Jamie may have a few more F1s than we've accounted for.
Doubting fisherman, there's no mileage.
Well, the other thing also is, I was figuring out the score. I actually only just did in amongst the live feed. I only just added the scorecard on, so that we might have missed a fish at the start, I don't know. It's terrible if we've missed fish whilst they've caught them.
When you say we, would you like to clarify you?
Well,
I ain't missed anything, I didn't know I was supposed to be looking. For a change.
we'll find out at the end.
Yeah.
It's all done
Close
on weight.
enough, I wouldn't like to say, would you? The size of fishes. How many times you sat in a match and you're absolutely certain you've been battered?
That's true.
It's, no, not even close.
I remember someone saying to me yesterday they'd only got £60 and weighed in 110.
That's just downright dishonesty though, that is, isn't it? Don't name and shame them. Who was it?
Goddess.
Goddess?
Big smile on his face.
Serial misinformation giver.
Billy looking down his left edge.
Jamie is.
Billy.
Oh, Billy, I can't see from here. Well, there's a few tuning in constantly anyway, isn't there? Somebody's either tuning in and tuning out, or there's 30 or so people watching it non-stop. Well, like Andy Gordon, he's going to have a split screen, isn't he, watching the IPL. And why not? God is in again.
There's our man in Tenerife again.
China.
He's staying where he is, he's saying.
What, sorry?
He says he's staying where he is, he's not coming home.
Blame him. Not for a week or two anyway. A bit of Canaries summer. To be fair, if we got these cameras set up, we could be sat at home watching the IPL, doing the live feed from there, couldn't we?
I wouldn't want to be sat at home watching the IPL, Steve.
Well, no, all right. Okay. Formula One then.
Yeah, because I'm a massive fan of that. As I found out today.
Yeah, so you found out, yeah. Why did I think you liked Formula One? Boxing and Formula One.
You lost your phone.
Oh, I've just heard it. Here it is.
Still nice and tight here. It sounds like we may have missed a few fish for Jamie, but then there's every likelihood that we've missed a few fish with Billy if that's the case.
Martin Cook's just sent me some pictures there in the office. What does that? You can probably see that better.
He's watching us basically. He's watching us on YouTube on his screen. So hello to Martin Cook also. You can make comment on the comment section on YouTube, Martin, if you'd like. Nice to see you watching.
It's a wonder he ain't sent me a picture of him watching it on screen on his telly in his Aston Martin.
Oh, wouldn't we all use our Aston Martin to tune into the Fishing Association, Steve?
I would, yeah. And I'm sure, and I'm stunned that Martin hasn't. Is more the point. Or at the Mansion House in Lincolnshire.
So if you're freshly tuning in, we're here today at Rookery Waters in Cambridgeshire, and we're following Jamie Thompson and Billy Marlow on their head-to-head. There he is, Martin Cook. Hi, it looks really good, guys. Thank you very much, Martin. Billy's just pulled out another fish. A few foul lookers. Yeah, so we're Pidley, Rookery Waters.
Magpie.
Jamie Thompson's home angler. He's invited Billy Marlow. And the tackle and baits Sunday open.
Again, like I say, run by Cam and Sparky. Open to everybody, and I mean everybody. Every Sunday they have something going on. They've got a bit of a league in the winter that might be a bit tied up and might not always be able to get a place because it's pre-booked, but certainly all throughout the summer in Cambridgeshire, whether it be on Decoy Lakes, Floatfish Farm, Kingsland Big or Little Lakes, or Rookery Waters, there's some sort of basically open club match going on, and say all are welcome. Something I fish quite regular, well-run matches. Yeah, always something available on a Sunday for anybody.
Jack Gill. Billy's on peg 3 Magpie as he sticks another fish in the net.
Jack Gill, what, sorry?
He said, what peg is Billy on?
Oh, right. Jack, Super Cup entrant.
Fast Eddie. How you doing, Eddie?
Is Aaron in again?
Looking good.
Is that your mate, Eddie?
That'll be my mate Eddie.
So has Aaron got one on peg 1?
No, he's potting in something.
Oh, right. Tony Watling in. So, about peg 24.
Yeah, steady for hour 2. There are fish coming out around us.
Tony Watling was in.
We're trying to maintain this scorecard in the middle here. We've been advised. We might have missed a few fish, but
slowed right down, hasn't it, then?
it seems to have for our 2 anglers. There's still fish being caught.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's nice now that sun's out, I can tell you.
Peg 25 looks like he's in as well. And I did see peg 36 not so long ago, catching on a long pole.
We're going to be live for all 6 hours of today's match, and then we'll return for the weigh-in after a short break. Jamie's on peg 13, Billy's on peg 3, and at the minute it's fairly even Stevens.
Good time to remind everybody that they haven't got long left to get Super Cup tickets for this year. Wednesday, is it?
Yep, Wednesday the 5th.
Wednesday the 5th.
All ticket sales will close Wednesday the 5th. Obviously Cambridge and Northampton is already closed as we fish this preliminary round and get reduced down to 32 anglers. And then the other regions will either close when we get to 32 anglers or Wednesday. Simple as that.
So
and
big
that is
draw
it.
For...
Big draw Monday the 10th.
Have you got your list virtually done for that?
What list?
Well, are you able to draw it?
Well, look, I can't do anything until the regions close. That's why we're waiting for the regions to close.
Ah, right.
We do need a little bit of time between Wednesday and Monday to get the platform loaded and the draw sorted out.
People need loading from the last. I've got
Yep.
about 30 names that should be going on tomorrow.
It's already shaping up to be a great year, isn't it? Josh Pace last weekend winning his head-to-head and winning the match and the golden peg, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ben Townsend knocking out our very own Sean Nelson. Well done to Ricky, is it Ricky Thompson? Ricky Thompson yesterday. He's beat me, knocked me out. Steve sat to forfeit.
He must have been rubbing his hands together when he drew. I bet he thought, oh no, I've drawn in the preliminary round. Oh, not so bad, I've only drawn mine.
Martin Freeman's knocked his brother out. Stephen Freeman.
With that anyway. There's not many comments going the other way, so it's all...
He's all excited. Yeah.
I bet he wished he'd done a commentary now.
And then next Saturday we'll be live from Floatfish Farm and we'll be filming... Who's the home angler out of Chris Barley and...
Dan.
Is Dan the home... Is it Dan Hardy?
Yeah.
Dan Hardy and Chris Barley at Floatfish Farm next Saturday. And we're trying to cover some of that for you guys as well, if not all of it. And then that's it. Because on the Monday we'll have the main draw.
Another one on 36. Yeah, main draw, I'm sure you're all looking forward to that. Hopefully we'll bring some nice weather with it. Five weeks to complete, or 5 weekends to complete that first round draw. First round proper, that is.
Jamie's just into another fish. I didn't know if I'd just see him slapping. I don't know if he's gone shallow up there, you know.
Tony Watling, another one on 24. And on again. Last one was foul work.
That's in the net. That's another good fish for Jamie at the top end there.
It's still wide open, all to play for though.
Still early doors, not quite at the halfway stage. Another 10 minutes.
You sure about that?
I wasn't an hour ago, was I?
No.
I believe it is on Phoenix, Andrea, yes. Wasn't sure earlier, but I've been told it is. So.
Is that on the Sunday?
No, that's next Saturday.
Next Saturday?
Yes, if you're out and you're fishing, when you get home you'll have something to watch.
Yeah. Chris will be looking to make amends for his loss last year on camera to Ben, won't he? Sure
that again, though, that's just down to the draw for Chris last year, wasn't it? He,
yeah, largely, yeah, definitely.
It was an incredibly windy day. Ben just drew that sheltered area and, well, he caught well, didn't he? He caught shallow, didn't he?
Yeah.
He just had that bit more shelter, he was able to get across and...
It's hard to imagine that anybody could have won off the draw, isn't it? I could have lost it though, definitely.
And then...
but it was just...
Chris was on a different lake, wasn't he? And he was right at the back end of the wind.
He was in a different county, weren't he?
Yeah, could have been.
God has got another one. He's got to be favourite at the moment, hasn't he, for this match?
Yeah, peg 2 there next to Billy. He's catching steadily.
Going to be a matter of where they turn up in the edge. Did Ben catch a load of big fish down the edge in the week? He did, didn't he?
I think he caught the peg 3 on Thursday in Thursday's Open. He had 250 pounds, and I think from his right up he said he caught shallow in front of the reeds, obviously before all that cold water got dumped in on Friday. I think he caught short and down to the next platform as well, so don't quote me on it.
Hey?
So don't quote me on it though.
No.
God is catching some good fish off peg 2. Got to be favourite. I haven't seen anyone else catch quite as regularly as he has.
He's in again now on 36, isn't he, fishing line?
Yeah.
I hadn't seen him catch anything, and I was quite surprised because it looks like there's plenty there. Now suddenly he's had 3 in 3 spins.
It's definitely warmed up though in this last 30 minutes, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, there were enough fish moving where he's fishing, weren't there, when we were watching, suggesting that.
Yeah.
Nothing like watching a few fish being caught to make you want to have a go, is there?
Yeah, should be on the pole really, shouldn't he? Not stood behind the camera.
Well, maybe. Yeah. I'm sure you should. I think it's probably best to leave it for a while, you know. I've seen better men go down. What?
So I am picking my phone up now and again, Alex. So Alex is, I'm his bank runner, sat at home on the sofa. Yeah, I've messaged him.
On what, sorry?
So I think I thought Alex might be in the shop. Well, I'm guessing he's not. He's sat at home watching this on TV.
Yeah, as I went to the shop, they left.
Oh, right.
Was that the last time? Not this time as well, I think. Him and Jeff were on the way. They're out of there, I think. Although the shop should still be open, shouldn't it?
So we might have to get more accurate.
Still a few people in the cafe.
More accurate, up-to-date scoreline from Alex Bates, who's nowhere near the fishery.
What's that?
So we're going to need to get a more accurate, up-to-date scoreline from Alex, who's nowhere near the fishery.
Right, yeah. God is in again. Yeah. He's got them lined up now as well, hasn't he?
I'm getting loads of private messages. Stick them on the chat, guys. Eddie's also said, loving that I can watch the match live on TV at home. Wow.
It's good, I think. I believe so, don't you?
Lazy Sunday watching at home, yeah.
And like I say, Andy, you know, you can be watching the cricket as well.
Yeah. While Martin Cook's watching it in the office,
yeah,
doing some work. Eddie's watching at home.
Martin's watching while he's making millions. Out of fibre optic cables.
Martin Swindle's also watching from home. Oh, hang on, what's this?
Worth
Alex is saying,
just to take the mickey out of your result yesterday.
P.S. the chocolate brownies sounded nice.
Yeah. So, my diet was really hard when I had to buy you that and not get myself one.
They're great.
Yeah. That cake, the cake was talking to me in the cafe.
Well, you just thought I'd sample it, didn't you?
Hey?
You just thought I'd better sample it, didn't you?
Oh, I wish I could. I don't think I'll ever forget what the taste of chocolate's like, even if I never have another bar again. You've got a pattern on your brain as to exactly how it's going to taste before you taste it, hasn't it? Quit some things in my time, but chocolate. Oh.
So what's going on? Billy's gone back long. He's just resting that left edge.
certainly an overcoat warmer now, isn't it? Or
Yeah.
half an overcoat.
That chill's just gone as the wind's dropped and the
Yeah.
sun's come out. Hopefully that'll improve the fishing. Jamie just having a look down his right edge to make sure nothing there.
Yeah, for the first time I wished I'd actually got my kit out now.
Fishing tackle, Steve.
Yeah. Kit.
We've got Golden Reel here at Rookery Waters on Saturday. I think tickets are still available if you go on the Golden Reel website.
I'd have had a go, but it's a bit too early for me, I think.
Well, we're going to be at Floatfish Farm filming,
That's another reason not to be doing it, isn't it?
covering Chris Barley v Dan Hardy, obviously.
Yeah.
So Martin Cook. All the bird tweets are so relaxing and add to the experience. It's like you've pulled up in your car and watching. Excellent, guys. Oh, glad Martin's enjoying it anyway. As I've just missed the fact that Jamie's, I think he
For
caught
those
out.
of you that don't know, Martin was our sponsor for year one from CTTS, the one that donated a large sum of money in reality.
Yeah, in year
to
one.
The biggest weight
Biggest weight in each round or was it region or round? Was it each round?
Each round, yeah.
Paid pound for pound in each round for the largest weight.
I'm sure he'd done about £3 grand on it.
What a legend.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, a great touch, and really something to again we need to look at in the future once we get these levels up and all that. Listen, it doesn't matter, does it? At the end of the day, all the money you're entering is coming back to you. So how it's paid out is always going to be.
Yeah, but that's a great touch there from Martin.
Well, it adds to the competition, doesn't it? You know what I mean? All the possibilities, the wild card, anything. That, you know, I think with this new one, if I'm looking into the future with F30, please God it takes off, or something. Please God something takes off. But that, you know, again, will be.
So Jamie's just had a carp on his right hand margin. He's just dropped back in on the right hand just to have another little look. Match Fishing and More has just said, great to see this angler versus angler, much better than these live matches the brands do. Well done. Thank you very much, sir. We are trying. We don't get it right all the time. Well, I don't think we've got it right at all yet, but we are improving, definitely.
There's an appetite for head-to-head matches. Do you know what I mean? There's an appetite for a result. It's, again, I see us struggling as a sport over the years, a bit like cricket in the sense that obviously 5-day test matches, love them, you know, but it's not viewer friendly, is it? It's a little bit spread out, it's a little bit...
Well, we're going to, just so you know, we're going to cover these head-to-heads as many as we can as we go through our competition. So as we go through the rounds for the Super Cup, we're going to try and cover as many of them as we can, put them live on. A lot of it's going to be dependent on whether we can get these. I mean, today we've got a great signal. Bought ourselves a bit of kit and boosted our internet, and seems to be doing a great job. So where we struggled last week, we're just testing this stuff at the minute. It's not the best time of year to be testing stuff like this. We want to see action, we want to see fish being caught, we want to see floats going under. But if we practice now, and then hopefully by the time we get to the big events, the semi-final, which is going to be at Matt Marston Fields this year, and then the final at Woodlands Thirsk, hopefully we're going to have some great coverage of these events for you guys. So
well, that's pivotal, isn't it?
yeah, that's the whole point of this. So
it's not so much for you guys, actually. The reality, that's great, and that'll do things, but the coverage we're looking for is people that have probably never thought of fishing up at this moment in time. That'd make my day if we got 100 people interested that would never ever have had a go at fishing if it wasn't for F30 or any new ideas that, you know, more user-friendly ideas that are more appealing to it's what we need to do.
We're going to have to run a round of F30 on Crow, because that's going to be ideal in the summer.
Yeah.
Absolutely ideal.
No, we need to we don't need to do anything, we only need to do it if we want to enhance and increase the numbers in the sport. Otherwise, say in 20 years time, you're going to be looking at the same people that we know are going to be doing it. They're probably going to be fishing for England because that's their destiny. Unfortunately, they won't have so many people to watch them. It'll become a marginalised sport, and they'll just be big fish in really small ponds is what'll happen, unless people do something different that's going to appeal to new blood. And that's what we're trying to do with the F30. We know it's going to be controversial. Good. That will only help it because we need to do something, otherwise there'll just be less and less and less.
Well, snooker's going through a rough patch at the minute, and it doesn't seem to be anybody interested in that.
No, that's right. Although I was talking with somebody the other day, I tell you it was Robert Woodland's bar manager there, and it's like you said with golf, even that's evolving, isn't it? They have these electronic competitions, don't they now, where they're sort of playing indoors and all that. That's what things need to be accessible, they need to be easy. Again, round of golf is half a day taken out of your life, but if you can rock up some of these mini golf centres and what have you, they're all things that, and like I say, we wouldn't need to be able to make it accessible so that somebody can watch us on YouTube and go, I want to go at that, and they all just need to rock up to Jansen's or any other fisheries that like the idea up and down the country and take it on as a format. Simple as that, really. It's not really anything I'm selling. It's an idea that will just be there for us to expand on.
Well, we just need to educate people, don't we? I mean, I was stuck in the same way. I refused to believe that match fishing could be anything worthwhile, and missed out. It's been brilliant. I've only been match fishing for the last 3 years. Always thought I'd be a big carp angler, and there's no turning back. We just need to just let people know that fishing these commercial carp venues like this is absolutely brilliant. You've got to get involved.
Well, that's what we need to overcome. Unfortunately, there's a tradition. There's almost, it is what it is, I suppose. But you know, I almost feel like there's the other half of the sport, and they're almost so anti-commercial fisheries that it's standing in a way of the progress of both sides of the sport. Because remember, these new people that we're hoping to attract into it, ultimately they're going to go on and they're going to want to try other things, and that'll be the proof of the pudding. If in 10 years' time we can show you people that first got involved through F30 that are now pushing to fish for England and the like, and get involved at the other end, like I believe T20's done to cricket overall, and certainly Test cricket. It just makes the whole thing stronger and better.
So we've just had a comment come in from Martin again. This has got legs, multiple streams, angler camera, float cams, etc. As Jamie puts a lovely big carp in the net.
Well, I tend to, somebody I've always spoke with and consulted about things. And
yeah, you're dead right, Martin. And the only reason we're not doing float cams this week is because where we're unfortunately positioned with the cameras to not upset any of the other anglers. We've stayed one end of the lake. The camera on Jamie's actually on a really long lens, and we couldn't be any further away from him. But we'd normally use that camera for.
But we could have got set up better, couldn't we? We could be operating remotely with fixed position cameras.
Yeah, with the equipment we've got, the long lens would normally be the float cam.
We need a crew behind each angler ultimately, don't we?
Yeah, we'll get there. Slowly we'll get there.
We need people like Sean not taking a day off.
Sean's got his first club match today, hasn't he?
Yeah, 30. Is he allowed? 36 caught another one along. Yeah, where is Sean today? Waterloo Farm?
What match groups he belong to? Is it Ospreys or something?
Has-Beens FC, I think.
I think it's their first club match today. First one of the year.
I know they're not a lot of cop because him and Jim do quite well in it.
Jim's obviously the only one of us that's made it through the preliminary round, not even round one, the preliminary.
Yeah.
The rest of us have all been knocked out.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he'll be giggling tomorrow night round yours.
Yeah, I expect he will, right.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be joining in with the Mickey taking, let's put it that way.
Yeah. I ain't coming if he's going to be there next week.
Yeah.
He's banned from the live draw.
It's quite subtle whether he's Mickey taken. Actually, it'll annoy you. It's just he's got a little smug grin that you want to knock off his face. Sorry, I'm still a bit scarred, I am. They haven't caught many lately, have they?
Well, Jamie's just put a fish in the net.
Yeah, I suppose you just want to be ticking over at this stage, don't you?
But they're only in, at the end of the day, I'm sure their focus is fishing their head to head. I can't imagine they're thinking about winning the match. Well, I suppose they might be both, I don't know.
That's where we can improve it, because we definitely could do with them being we could do with knowing what they're doing, couldn't we, like, really? Yeah. But again, all that's easily achievable, isn't it? How does that operate? For instance, we set up a remote camera like the one over there with a microphone on it, and they can be mic'd up to that camera.
Yeah, I'm sure Alex won't mind. We'll just bring the diggers in, lay cables everywhere, new cameras everywhere.
Well, that's a bigger picture scenario as well, isn't it? With certain fisheries, making them sort of custom built for this sort of thing in the first instance, eh?
Yeah. Alex, can we put a live camera on every single peg of your fishery, please? Let us know.
Well, I'm sure he'd be more than happy for us to be fair, like. But can we afford to is more the point.
No, we ain't got the money, no.
No.
I like the way you think, though.
No, well, that is, you know, potentially the idea with certain venues. It's with a little bit of forewarning, a bit of pre-planning, we're not too bad, are we? If we'd got somebody stood directly behind Jamie in here today, there wouldn't be any problems at all, would there? You know, we can get close enough.
What are you on about? We haven't got problems. Everything's working fine.
Everything is working fine.
I've no doubt in my mind a battery will drop out shortly and destroy that illusion completely.
Yeah, but that's just battery power, isn't it? You know what I mean? That's a solar generator would resolve that, wouldn't it? Hey, with no noise. Well, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I think we're all right.
That's an expense, not a problem.
The internet's now got 75%, so we should last the match.
What's got 70? Oh, right.
Your internet.
What, just charging it?
I just charged that. So.
And is that better while it's being charged, or is that irrelevant?
It's irrelevant, I think.
So why does it send out a better signal off of mains power than?
We'll chat about that after.
Okay. Don't know.
No, I'm sure people are not interested, no. Steve. That's why.
Well, I'm just, you know, yeah. No, they're probably not. That's me that's interested, not them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh well.
It's got a battery saving mode on it, is the short answer. So, but that's not.
Right. So it don't draw as much because
it's not signal out. It's distance covered.
Oh, absolutely.
So it covers a greater area in your house if it's plugged into the mains.
Oh, well, now I understand totally, mate.
Don't ask me, I don't know.
I was going to say ask me when I'm fishing, but probably not.
Could have made all that up.
Well, like you say, learning as we go along. But really, we're only, like I say, a couple of cameras, a couple of remote transmitters, receivers.
Yeah.
And good camera operators are the ones, aren't they, really?
Yeah, if you know any, let us know.
Yeah, and a drone, you know, we want, you know, and a drone would be more than useful for this sort of thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we won't be long before we've got a drone, I don't think. Might need a licence to fly it.
So, eh?
Might need a licence to fly it.
Yeah, no, I fancy some of that. Bit of pre-baiting as well.
Looks like Jamie's in again in that right-hand margin. And Billy's just struggles for a little while. I haven't seen him.
He's having to go long, isn't he?
He's gone back long, but
he's going long.
there's not a lot happening for Billy at the minute. He's just slowed right up.
What about the chap on peg 5? Has he slowed as well? I haven't really seen.
Yeah, well, like I say, we're not really paying attention to.
You're not.
Well, yeah, no. You got to remember what people are watching at home, Steve. They can't see peg 5. Can they? No, they can only see peg 3 and peg 13. So We can say obviously that people
No,
around
but
us are
again,
catching. But,
we could have set up a camera, couldn't we, given an overall of what's going on even. I'm having to get my head around what other people are seeing, you see, what they can...
yeah, well, listen, at the minute we're a two camera setup, but in future we'll be a 3 and 4 camera setup, and then maybe more.
Yeah.
And yeah, as Martin says, we will have multiple streams. We will have cameras on anglers, cameras on floats. We just want to see as much of the action as we can, and give you guys options to see things. So
again, same with the Super Cup final. Do you know what I mean? If we can
yeah.
get up to 8 people covered and floats going under, and
yeah, well, last year well, at the Super Cup final last year we did have more cameras set up, but we had a bit of technology failure at the last minute, and we were down to 1 camera. And unfortunately, yeah, people did see that camera being marched around the lake, but that wasn't the idea. But we chose to do that rather than do nothing.
Of course, we got one
this year we've got
as well.
This year we've got our own cameras, not ones that we'd borrowed. We've got extra kit.
And you.
And we should be able to transition smoothly between camera shots next year. Well, this year, sorry. So
yeah, well,
so even if we're moving cameras, you shouldn't really see the seasickness effect of a camera being marched around the lake. You'll see a transition from one camera to the next whilst we move the one that's not showing anything. So hopefully this year's experience will be a bit different. There's Billy just sticking a fish in the net. Missed that one. We just said that he hadn't had anything for a little while, and he's just gone and caught. Just gone the halfway stage. We've got 2 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Wonder how my old mate Ditherpot Darren Minto's doing. He can do some more commentary work for us, can't he?
Oh yeah, of course, Darren.
Sarah.
Yep.
Listen, if anybody fancies it, do you know what I mean? He would just fancy.
We didn't make the most of Stu Fotheringham last year,
No,
did we? He turned up at the final last
Absolutely
year, and again
not.
we was in a bit of a panic with what was happening with the cameras. But for the final, obviously,
we was having a job to look after herself, besides other people. Yeah, no, absolutely.
For the final, he's a local knowledge there, and
we know plenty of people that are going to get involved, don't we? To be fair,
he was genuinely lovely on the day, and I'm sure if he's not in the final this year, he'll make himself available again.
Yeah, no, still will help. Listen, in some ways, we got no shortage of people wanting to help. I mean, straight away with the F30 at Jansen's there, I've got Max Owen's dad, Steve, right? He's volunteering, he's helping us.
Yeah.
Now, he said to me, we was having a conversation, and it's something I had thought of, in all fairness, but although we're operating the event for the lad like his lad and Harry Leach and Oliver Robinson, to name some that have already confirmed, it's God, I lost my train of thought there. No, he's already volunteered to give us a hand, but like you said, we must make sure that on the day we provide an opportunity for people that haven't had a go to have a bash at it on the day, and a setup and kit and all that, and that of course we will do. We'll make sure that's all there. Listen, when I went up to Jansen's last week to have a chat with Jeff and Linda about it, I mean, as I say, the biggest thing being they fully backed what we were trying to do and buy into the idea that we need to expand the sport, otherwise we're going to die. But they were showing me a lake that they've got there that they don't currently use, a donut lake, 10 peg lake, which is absolutely perfect for what you'd probably go and dig when. Listen, I mean, it won't like me for saying, but small stock pond. If you've got a fishery and you're listening in and you like the idea of what we're doing, whether we come and run it for you and film it, or you do it, or whatever, the whole idea, it's not about us doing it, it's about coming up with an idea that people are going to like and steal and think, actually, yeah, I'm going to do that. I can not only have a stock pond and have my feed my fish on, I can get new blood to start up my fishery and do something positive for the sport. So yeah, hopefully it's going to draw that sort of interest. Remember, I mean, Stuart Robertson invented T20 cricket. I don't suppose he gets paid any money by the Indian Premier League, and look what they've done with the format. It's £1 billion, but it's, like I say, it's not about that. We're looking to do something for the sport that'll actually.
What's also nice is a lot of the clubs now are running a Super Cup format, aren't they? They're running a knockout within their own little clubs.
Well, we partly nicked it off of, you know, I mean, Andy will be the first to say JVAC were running a knockout cup years ago, something I used to enjoy. So again, most of these things are not new ideas. It's not like we're just reinventing the wheel around other ideas, you know, and hopefully they're doing the same at Buttonhole 8. Chris, he's running a knockout cup. Lovely man, Chris. Even contacted me and asked me if it was all right. You know what I mean? That's the sort of stamp of chat we're talking about there. But yeah, no, change our outlook on what our expectations of the sport. You're getting double bubble. You're fishing the match anyway. All clubs ought to be running a knockout cup, really, hadn't they?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's such a brilliant idea. It's as simple as that.
And it potentially leads into what we're doing later on for anglers.
I can see a situation where we have a Super Cup, a club-type Super Cup, where people throw up finalists and semi-finalists via their club.
Yeah.
That's or even via the route of handicapping, because again, we'll have 3 lots of league rankings this time next year. Hopefully we'll have 2 or 3 times more people helping us do it. Yeah, one thing should lead to another. It's all about getting people on the bank doing more fishing and making it more interesting. Making it accessible, making it affordable. Like I say, we need to speak to, I mean, I've already started speaking to odd ones, but you know, anybody who's interested in helping us with a tackle for the F1 competition, F30 competition, sorry. We're not talking an awful lot of help here, really. We're just talking a few prizes for the Super Cup, prizes for the Elite League, for the Fishing Association Elite League at Marston Fields. If you think we've got something to offer and want to, you know, listening to what I'm saying and want to get on board and help, for not very much at all, we can give you an awful lot of coverage for your product.
The youths and the juniors when you see them, their faces when they get these prizes, it's just incredible, isn't it? But I'm
not, you know, anybody who says, oh yeah, you said it's about the juniors, I'm about fishing is what I'm about.
Yeah.
The juniors are just the best route to try and rectify that. These people will be old boys one day like us.
Yeah.
It's not about the juniors, it's about fishing, it's about all of us. It's about whether we're prepared to sit back and let something become marginalised and die, like you said with your dad and pigeon racing. I know it still goes on because where Karen has the van on Thursdays, they have the pigeon racing club and that. But again, I suppose it's become more elite and more for those that can afford it, I'm guessing. And
yeah, it's become a rich man's game, whereas it used to be a working man's game.
And that's exactly what's going to happen to fishing almost, isn't it? You know what I mean? The less people get, it's going to become those that... Aaron again on Pete 1, is he in?
Keep missing Billy catching.
Yeah, that's Aaron in, isn't it? That's one hoofing up under the bridge. I'll tell you what, now that sun's... Well, now you're stood in the way of the sun, I should say.
Oh, sorry as I try to operate the cameras.
Yeah.
Always gassing away when Billy catches, so... There's a half decent carp just about to go in the net, boiling up there underneath the surface.
Of course, with the Jansen thing, like I just said as well, we will be providing opportunities for people to have a go at it. Yeah. So let us know you're coming. We're sort of thinking of running like a separate type event, like a casting competition, but obviously F30 style. Remember, this is 30-minute long competition, fish races. You know, got to be worth it. Who's not going to want a bash? I suppose there'll be people that cut their nose off to spite the face, and they'll be coming out with comments like, I'd rather...
Well, listen, it might not work.
Stick hot needles in my eye. There'll be all sorts of that, won't there?
It might not work, but people can't say it in for want of trying at the end of the day.
That's it, we don't know whether it's going to work. We really don't know. But what's happening at the moment isn't working, is it?
No.
So we need to come up with something that does. Maybe won't be able to. But like you say, it won't be for the lack of trying. Like I say, there'll be people that would rather stick hot pins in their eyes, which is absolute rubbish, of course, really. But
So we've just missed a few comments. Andrew said generates so much banter in the club. I think that's referring to the sort of
cup.
mini knockout cups
Yeah.
within the clubs. Somebody else who's got Fishing Association access has put Perfect Boys X, so I don't know who that is, because me and you are sat here. Who else has got?
Kate.
Is that Kate, is it? Hello. And Andrew said foul hooker, maybe with Billy's fish. I think that, yeah, I think he is. He has foul hooked that one.
Mate, that sun is absolute. If you weren't standing in the way of it a little bit, that would be like really nice.
Yeah. And whilst we've been watching, I'm not sure.
The voice at SK is really good. The sound quality, it's superb.
I'm just looking at what's happening at the other end as we've been following Billy's
It's almost like working for the BBC, mate.
fish. I'm not sure whether Jamie just put another one in the net or not, but he was fishing his left margin. He's now switched to his right margin. But Billy's obviously managed to get that one in the net. So
it's still close, yeah?
It's still close. I'm not sure we've got our numbers right. Alex has messaged me to say that he thinks Jamie's got more than what we've put down. But it's just a rough guide at the end of the day. We'll try and keep it more accurate in future. I only found the scoreboard thing and set it up as we were filming. 16-14 is what we've got it at the minute. That there might be a few more F1s to go to Jamie, but in the same way that there could be a few more fish that should have gone to Billy if we've missed them. Simon Spinks, I'm back, Stevie boy.
What's that? I'm back.
Yeah. So he's obviously had his siesta. What time is it in Tenerife? Oh, is it an hour forward?
To be honest with you, it's making me
2:30.
feel sick to the stomach every time he comes on.
It's warming up here now, Simon, thanks.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
in the same, honestly, I can't stand you gloating, mate. I want to slap you about a bit. No, actually, the sun, if Mike weren't standing in the way, he's turning into gorgeous. No, look at that, he's moved for.
I've moved for you, look. It's definitely warming up now.
Oh, mate.
Hopefully that'll have a bit of effect on the
It'll
last,
have a massive effect on how I
last couple of hours of fishing.
have out of my perception of the whole experience. I likes a bit of current pun. That might be my missus commented on it. It could be.
I'm trying to think. That would be Fishing Association access on the YouTube site.
Yeah, but you'd have to be, I don't know.
Oh, Simon says he's on the same time. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying our match from Pidley in Tenerife.
I'm not. I think it's disgusting. I think he's having a good enough time as it is.
Well, put it this way, Steve. We're global.
Global.
We've got global
International.
reach.
International YouTube sensation. Hey.
Well,
Well,
hardly a sensation.
you know, but we need to be, or we need to make F30 a sensation. We need to make that, so they're talking about it at least on Good Morning TV or whatever it is.
What have you got with GMTV?
GMTV, that's it. No,
You're
but
obsessed.
we needed to be, I saw somebody mention on it the other day, like, is it Jay Shears out of the hobby shop?
Oh, I wouldn't know, mate.
No?
I don't
Like
know.
where they repair things, the repair
Oh
shop.
yeah, I know the hobby shop. I just don't know the names.
Well, apparently loads of people have started to enter into those trades and what have you because of, you know what I mean, people bringing it to attention. And
Oh, it's Karen.
is it Karen? Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I did just message her and say, like, we're live on YouTube, so
Oh, she's put a little X. Look.
yeah.
Oh, not sure if that's meant for me or you. Better than Spanish TV.
Spanish TV. Oh right.
That's what
fine.
Simon says. That's not your missus. She's not in Spain.
Yeah, thanks for that, mate. Yeah, thanks. Better than Spanish TV. Oh. I'm so grateful. God dear.
Yeah. I can't help but think we might have just missed something with Jamie there, but we'll find out at the end. That's the whole point. The weigh-in.
Listen, a bit of currant bun on the old boat. That is definitely what's the order of the day, without a shadow of a doubt.
Andrew Gordon says Steve's not stopping until they're watching from the International Space Station. So we're going into space now.
Yeah. Got to feed my ego. I've got to feed my face with that sun, that's what I've got to do.
You might have to move your chair because I'm kind of stood right in the way with the
It's good enough regardless now,
with
mate.
the encoder and everything, aren't I?
It's like my old dad used to say, it's like knocking your head against a brick wall because it's nice when you stop, and it is lovely now.
I can't help but think that Simon now is trying to cause a little bit of trouble. With Karen watching, he's put, Stevie's got a crush on Susanna Reid.
I'd like, yeah.
Do you like a bit of Susanna Reid, do you, Steve?
No, I don't, actually, no. No, not particularly.
The banter continues, even online.
I'm more of a Richard Arnold fan. Ironically, I'm giving away the fact that I do watch it, aren't I? I do watch mainstream media TV, I'm of that generation, I just don't believe most of it.
So let's do a little bit of an update for those of you that are just tuning in. We're watching Jamie Thompson and Billy Marlow in their head-to-head in the Cambridge and Northampton. Oh, words left me mind.
You want me?
Gone blank.
I was miles away. I was, like I say, that sun on my face is good enough.
Preliminary is the word that completely evaded me there for about 80 seconds.
What?
Yes, sorry. We're watching Billy and Jamie fish their head-to-head in the preliminary round before the main draw for the Super Cup on Monday the 10th. So we've got Jamie and Billy this week. We're going to cover Chris Barley and Dan Hardy next week at Floatfish Farm if you fancy tuning in. Jamie's into another fish there.
Yeah, he's got one on 36. He's having a few, doesn't he, now?
So, so the missus says Susanna can have you.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh. Where were we going? I forgot. Oh, that's thrown me as well. Yes, Cambridge and Northants has to reduce down to 32, so it was an oversubscribed region. And apparently you also have a crush on Mr. Motivator. They're all flying in now.
Derek?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is Derek, isn't it?
I don't know.
Something like that. You don't really mean you don't.
I remember the guy, but I don't know his actual name.
I think it is. Something like that. Or Desmond. God has got another one. Not particularly big fish, was it? 2.5, £3. But hey,
He's
I remember
chipping away,
when
old
£3
Goddard.
was the biggest fish you caught all season.
Been chipping away, old Goddard. He's pegged 2.
Like somebody said to me the other day, I'd rather catch £2 of roach on the canal, having a pop at commercial fishery. I can't even say it, commercial fishery. When I used to catch £2 on the canal, that was probably 100 fish. At least 100 fish. I remember catching about 40 odd for 7 ounces and winning the section and being absolutely made up. So what's that? I mean, how often does somebody catch 100 carp in a match? I bet you've never caught 100 carp in a match, have you, Mike?
Well, probably not. Thanks, Steve.
No, but as I say, most people don't. Yet everybody's got that hook-a-duck attitude that they convince themselves that they actually believe, don't they? Because they've got into the negative. We need to embrace commercial fisheries. Whatever happens, the future of the sport lies in the hands of the accessibility of a commercial fishery.
Yeah. Just a comment come in from Michelle Miller there. Dan and Chris knockout match should be an awesome match to watch, especially if they're both on Phoenix.
Who's that from?
Michelle Miller. I believe they are on Phoenix, Michelle. So.
Michelle Miller. Any relation to Dax Miller?
Not sure.
The Wild Farm, maybe? I don't
Some
know.
people obviously may be logged in on other people's accounts, so.
Yeah, possibly. No, that might be Dan's missus. I don't know. Reveal yourself, woman. Another fish on 36. He's catching long. He looked like he would. There were plenty of fish topping there, weren't there?
They did go for a spell there, didn't they?
Like I say, I nearly went and set up in 35.
Is Jamie in again?
Would be popular if I had it done, wouldn't
I think he's got them shallow, you know, Jamie. He's just starting to get a bit...
Well, I can believe it, and I reckon he's probably...
He's catching a bit more regularly now. Only venue record holders catch 100 carp in a match, Steve.
I had...
I'm not a... Nobody... Well, yeah.
I think I had about 184 that day, or something like that. Or was it no?
Don't start him off again, Andrew.
Yeah.
Jamie's just starting to edge away now, I think. I know there's not a lot in it.
The thing is, I had 284 when we were at Alders Farm, when Jim whooped me. I had 284 fish for £584 and still had quiet periods, loads of them. It's never hook a duck, is it? You never hook a duck.
I think that would fall into the hooker duck category, Steve.
No, but it's that attitude, that mentality that people have got against catching fish.
Oh,
They've convinced themselves, you know what I mean, that it's not proper fishing. You know, but whereas the reality is that whether it be Jamie Hughes or Hadrian Whittle, the two guys, whatever they put their mind to, or Steve Ringer for that matter, whatever they put their mind to, they'll catch fish, because that's what it's about, catching fish. If it's mackerel or halibut in the North Sea, they'll rise to the top. And hopefully we're going to prove that there's people that haven't picked a rod up as we speak and go to Janssen and say, I can do that. And the aim is to try and teach somebody very quickly to be able to do it. Accessibility, that's what it's about, in my mind anyway. So, but we encourage any argument or debate to the contrary.
And Billy Marlow back in with another fish. See if he's going to get this one in the net. Hello, Alex. Alex Haynes is watching. He said he's feeding enough for them to be shallow. So he's obviously keeping an eye on everything.
Where is he? In a tree?
Is
Billy got a hide down there?
Is who?
Alex.
I think he's watching at home, mate.
Watching us on and knows what's going on.
Yeah. He's paying attention, unlike us.
That's paying it like they've got all the information, and we're failing.
As we're like just watching.
A lot of it's about commentators, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. As we're guessing away, Billy's put one in the net, and Jamie's also got one in the net. So that's great.
So the bottom line here is you're as good at commentating as you are at fishing. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Really.
Simon Spinks, what's he got to say? Well said, Steve. I remember the late great John Wilson telling us back in the day that the future was in man-made commercial waters. I don't disagree in any way, shape or form.
John Wilson said that, did he? Well, you wouldn't have got more traditionalist than that, I wouldn't have thought, would you?
No.
So, yeah.
At the end of the day, you're still welcome to go off and specimen hunt if that's what you want to do.
Listen, if it involves catching fish, I'm all for it. If it involves catching fish competitively, I'm not here to represent commercial fisheries, I'm here to represent match fishing. That's what I've always been passionate about. Cry, you know.
O'Shea Cook, let's go, Jamie. Yeah, Jamie's just seems to be doing that a little bit better. I think he's fishing shallow. He's starting to get a few now. He's just pulling away slightly. Our fish count might not be. Well, we know it's not accurate. It's been pointed out. We're a few fish behind, but as we see them, we're putting them on. Billy now just gone down his edge. I think Jamie's fishing shallow, long and shallow.
When I first set the Fishing Association up, the bottom line in my mind was to set up a representative body that represented match fishermen, only match fishermen. Nothing against anybody that didn't, like you specimen hunters, but I felt that we were unrepresented, or certainly not represented enough, in fact other things were to the detriment of the sport for that reason. It needs to be a body responsible solely for match fishing and its future and what have you. Yes, we've got the Angling Trust, but that's a broader body dealing with a lot more more diverse situations. For the sport to get, we need somebody to represent fishing. Whether that be the fishing or somebody else comes along, we need representation. People that are going to try and think how it benefits the sport, rather than their own feather in their own nest, which is obviously a direction that we'll tend to go in as human beings. And any sort of representation can only be good, and gives us a chance. And there's plenty of people out there thinking just the same as I did, and hopefully it'll form something that we can all get together through and represent the sport as a group. There's plenty of people I talk to that feel exactly the same way.
That's the key. We're not fighting against each other. We're trying to knit,
We are,
knit
that
it all
is the
together.
trouble, but we shouldn't be, because we're all actually there to help each other is the bottom line.
Yeah, let's knit it all together. And that's why we try and promote everything else that we come across, like Golden Reel that was going to happen here next weekend. Get your tickets from the Golden Reel website.
Well, you'd like to think that by making the sport better, by making it more appealing, by bringing more people in, ultimately, like the likes of the England team, whether it be the feeder team, the full internationals, that it'll mean that we win more World Cups and things like that, and World Championships because of it. Same as the England cricket team are now in the ascendancy because we're groundbreaking. We need to be winning that World Championships every year is what we need to be doing. And no matter what people say, no matter how well we're doing at the moment, we could always be doing better by broadening our horizons and bringing more money in, and simple as that really. So all of you, please join in. If you think you've got something that can help, join in. Come and give us a go on the day. Come and help us. If you're a known angler, come and help teach some new people. Be there, get involved. Even if you just want to get involved by being negative and calling us names, get involved. If you want to be of the opinion that it's a disgrace and it's making a mockery of the sport, feel free to do so. And feel free for us to debate it with you.
Being attacked by something here.
Feel free to come up with alternative ideas where you think we've got it wrong, rather than just say we've got it wrong. Come up with something else. Help us to make it better. There's bound to be stuff we've missed, there will be. Or alternatively just sit there and say we're all going to hell on a handcart and doing nothing about it. Feel free. I'm certainly looking forward to the F30 competition. It'll be good for the filming side of it.
Well, it's just supposed to make it, like you say, a more appealing watch for everybody. Reduce everything right down, make it more exciting.
The key
is giving that information, like you said, it's information, isn't it?
It's the key.
Giving
I'm
everybody
told
that
this
information.
is not my idea. This is listening to people that have, a lot wiser than I am. People that wrote books on horse racing and whatever, and say we need to come up with a format that's appealing for not so much TV, but for appealing for people to watch. People need to understand what's going on, don't they? The thing about a game of darts on TV is it's not rocket science, is it?
No.
It's watchable, it's doable, it's, statistics involved. People can see it ebbing and flowing as each dart is thrown, and that's what, in my mind, what we have to do with the F30 style of fishing. It's funny, when I first got involved with all this, I was very much of the opinion that having weigh-ins during matches is not the way to go. Traditionally setting my ways, really, to be honest with you, but the more I've got involved, again, head-to-heads, nah, that's not the good. Bearing in mind we started the competition that is all about head-to-heads, it had to be within the context of another event, which is great and is a wonderful format, but the reality is head-to-head competitions are going to be the way we package the sport, certainly at the higher end. If we can get, let's put it this way, if we can get Jamie and Andy Bennett and Andy Power, for that matter, mic'd up in competitions and running through what they're doing live, not in a pre-cut studio version of something, which is sort of a made-up version, in an actual real event and under pressure. That's what we want.
Well, it looks like we're losing the Tenerife lad.
Simon, what's it? He's going for lunch?
He's got sangria and a pool party apparently.
Lots of foam. He's winding us up, mate.
Thanks for
He's sat
watching,
in a
Simon.
council house in Lincolnshire, honestly, on his own.
Don't forget, Simon will be live next Saturday if you want to watch.
Did you get a speeding ticket on the way out? He got a speeding ticket on his way up to the final the other year.
Looks like
on his way back.
looks like people are entering the Super Cup. We've just had someone enter.
Have we?
Mr. Hemphead, don't put catties in your mouth, you'll end up very poorly. We'll pass that on to Jamie at the end of the match. I think that's referring to Jamie putting his catapult in his mouth.
I think it might be. Dave Brown Senior. I thought Dave Brown, this is an old one, I thought it played.
We just had a message.
Yeah, I thought Dave was already in. But...
Just so you know, the only region that is closed for ticket sales is Northampton, Cambridge. So if you still want to purchase your ticket into the Super Cup, 19 regions are open for ticket sales.
Yeah, we just had Dave Brown Senior's just bought a ticket, but I could have sworn Dave Brown Senior. Listen, oh no, maybe Dave Brown. I think we may have 3 Dave Browns in the competition.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I believe. What was the name last year? We had 3 people.
Yeah, we thought we'd enter the same. We had such. Were they in the same region? There's somebody with the same name. We thought we'd put them in twice, and we really panicked at the last minute, didn't we? And it turns round, we had 2 people, and I don't know if they're in the same region or different regions, but it happens. It does happen. So don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's 100% free. It will remain free. And if you want to see all the information regarding the main draw, we will be on Facebook as well as YouTube. But when we do the split screen with the Excel spreadsheet so that everyone can see who they've drawn, that will be on YouTube. So you need to be watching on YouTube Monday the 10th of April.
So what would, if you wanted to click that other button on there that says go live on Facebook,
yes.
Would we just go live on Facebook now?
If I connect the account, yes.
Well, that's
I've got to play with that. There's some different settings with that. So we are looking to be streaming live on more than one platform, which is what Steve's trying to tell you.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking how much simpler
YouTube stores our videos though. We want to try and shift people onto YouTube if we can. Facebook has its...
yeah, because we're getting paid.
Facebook has its...
it seems we've got no other form of income, like.
Yeah. So,
listen, it's all money that goes back into making it a better experience. It's a long while before we get paid.
There's another fish in the net for Jamie.
He seems to be stretching away to me.
He's just pulling away, and that's a good fish. That is a good fish. Still 2 hours to go. A lot can happen, we all know that. But
only need to rock up down that edge, don't they?
Things seem a little bit quiet for Billy at the minute. He's had one. But I think in the same time, I think Jamie's had several.
Aaron's got another one on peg 1.
That sun's definitely made a difference.
It has to me.
Proper wobbly one. Yeah, you're right, Alex. That was a proper one. Like I say, I think I said earlier on, Jamie can see down the lake towards Billy, but Billy needs to turn 90 degrees to see Jamie. So I'm pretty sure Jamie's got a good idea of what's going on. He's got to be sat there feeling pretty confident. I think we might have missed a few F1s as well. Jamie might have had a few more fish, but then at the same time Billy might have as well. We're just playing around with the scorecard at the minute, but we'll try and in future make sure that's more accurate. But it's nice to see how many fish people have had.
Listen, it's early days, isn't it, with this technology? Just having the capability to be able to do all this is...
Yeah, with the head-to-heads, this is great that we can do this. So if people are sat at home watching it and enjoying it, then that's all the better.
Well, like I say, there's a few certainly tuned in to watch.
Yeah.
Which you were right, really, as well, weren't you? Sunday being a good day, maybe.
Well, I thought it would be the better day. I think that most people fish opens on a Saturday, don't they? So, well, that's my own personal.
Well, again, that's a change in scenery, because Sunday used to be the day, didn't it, for fishing?
Well, that's my own experience. I might be completely wrong. I might have just made
That's
that up.
because you go on Saturday, mate.
Yeah, 38 people watching.
Yeah, as I was just going to say.
Yeah, so thank you very much for joining us. Turn the sound down. As I said earlier in this live, we're just testing this stuff at the minute to make sure that we're better at it when it comes to these bigger matches, these bigger head-to-heads, the finals. So we're just trying to get better and improve what we're doing.
Look at all that blue sky over there. I'm going to get down to my underpants in a minute.
And media blackout.
Hey, media blackout.
Didn't think you was going to see a moon today. Yeah, so we've still got 2 hours to go, but I would suggest that Jamie's just edging in front slightly. A few better stamped fish and a few more of them. A lot can happen in the last 2 hours.
Billy ain't had a lot for a while, has he?
No, Billy's slowed right up. It was sort of fish for a while, but Jamie just seems to be catching a bit more regularly now and pulling away.
Aaron,
both. I think both anglers are fishing shallow now.
I was on 2 the other year, but Pete Carter, I was next to him and he caught chucking a feeder. No, I might have been on peg 1, that's right, and Pete were on peg 2. And he caught chucking a feeder over across the way, near the bridge there. Nobody's gone to that, have they? Then again, I suppose they've been catching steady enough. Certainly Goddard has, hasn't he?
Yeah, Goddard seems to have slowed up a little bit now, actually, off peg 2, doesn't he? He's still putting them in, but not at the frequency that he was doing a little while ago.
No. It's that lull before the storm, do you believe?
Billy's got the sun in his eyes, bless him. Jamie's the other end looking back down towards us.
Aaron's
so he's got
on peg 1, hasn't he?
He's got the sun behind him. It can often be cold sat up that end in the shade. And the wind's cold, it's still cold.
Surprising, it's got warm and the sun's come out, but the wind's
turned as well.
It's got a bit of an edge, hasn't it? Yeah, it's almost in the east now, don't you think?
It has turned, yeah.
When the wind is in the east, the fishing's at its least.
Yeah, no good for man or beast.
Yeah. When the wind's in the west, the fishing's at its best.
Yeah, the wind's definitely turned. It's blowing towards us now slightly,
yeah,
whereas
the sun's come out, but actually it's turned.
It was blown away from us earlier.
Well, no, it's blowing some nice clear weather in, isn't it? What sort of stamp fish is that Aaron's caught?
Big. He's had a proper lump peg 1.
Yeah, he's in with a shout, isn't he?
No, he's caught steady. I'm terrible at paying attention, I really am.
Sorry, you what?
Yeah, exactly. There's obviously a few pegs we can't see today. Most of the island we can't see. There's a bowl behind us that we can see what the anglers have been doing in there. So we're not really here to watch the match today, we're only looking at the head-to-head between Jamie and Billy.
Yeah, it's Dave Brown that's entered, because he's the Dave Brown that knocked out Chris Weeder and Lee Thornton last time, whose next laugh out loud he's put. Who's up for a battering? Why not? Yeah, knocking out the first year's runner-up, Chris Reader, and say Lee Thornton. So a couple of big scalps there.
Let us know what you think of the coverage, people. Drop comments in the comment section below if you're on YouTube. Hopefully you're enjoying it.
We're going to have to travel soon, aren't we?
Yes, because obviously as from Monday next week
we'll be looking for star-studded...
Jamie sticks another one in the net. That's a little F1 that time.
Star-studded ties.
Do you think in future now if we carry on doing this scorecard thing, that the anglers will be sat there watching the... Would you want to know if you were 6 fish behind? I don't know.
You ought to.
Yeah.
Obviously you don't want to hear you're 6 fish behind, but it's better than not knowing and losing. And not, you know, it's one of those, isn't it?
Stephen Cottis is enjoying this immensely.
Who is, sorry?
Stephen Cottis.
You're welcome. Aaron's just moved into another one on peg 1 by the looks of it.
Glad to hear it, Stephen.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching. So, last week's film it didn't get erased, but it got took from the public eye because there was, well, quite frankly, it wasn't good enough.
It was a bit disjointed, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was some sound issues. There was some sort of sound issue on the countdown clock, and so
Pants, weren't it?
I went back and watched it, and it has to be good enough, so I took it off, and it wasn't good enough. But if this one's good and everyone's happy, there'll be a 6-hour live head-to-head match that will stay on our YouTube channel for everyone to enjoy. And the whole point of the new format that we've been talking about, if you've been watching, is to get that 6 hours down to something more watchable, 2.5 hours, and have that knockout format.
But that's where the F30 style take.
Yeah.
Again, it's another one of its strengths, isn't it? The fact that it's doable, it's accessible. That's why T20 cricket, you know, you can take the kids there after work, can't you? In real terms, as much as I love Test cricket, who wants to sit there for 5 days watching something that could end up being a draw?
Yeah.
Well, I do. I'm quite happy to, like, you know what I mean? You know. But I'm not so sure the younger generation are that happy to. Who's got time to invest 5 days?
Mm.
So his godder's got one.
Yeah, there's regular fish being caught now around the lake. Whereas when we started, obviously at the start you kind of expect it, don't you? There was just the odd one coming out. Now there's, yeah, we look around and you can see elastic out on 3 or 4 anglers' poles. So yeah, things are happening now. Getting into them crucial last 2 hours. We want obviously to watch our anglers, Jamie and Billy, catching fish after fish after fish. That's why we're here.
Well, this is, I'm off the top of my head, this is fairly groundbreaking stuff, isn't it? 6-hour match live on YouTube.
That's all very well and good if people want to watch 6 hours, I guess.
I know, obviously.
I think more action's needed,
Fishermania,
personally. I think more action. Well, Fishermania is only 5 hours, isn't it?
Oh, well, there you
But,
go.
well, I say only. I think if it's action filled, I think it's more appealing, isn't it? Which is why we're trying to change the format of fishing slightly by doing what we're doing next.
People want to see people catching fish.
Yeah.
I mean, the close results, things like that, that's in the lap of the gods, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know?
And the other thing, with the float cam, we desperately do want to get float cams up and running. Like I said earlier in the coverage, if today is just the position of the anglers and not wanting to upset any of the other anglers. So
float and tip cam.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we love it, don't we? You know, well, I certainly do. Anything on social media, recordings of people catching fish and tips flying under the water, and
as we get to the summer and you've got the shallow fishing and just watching elastics being yanked out, I mean, that's what I want to watch. I do. I go home and I watch it. I love it.
I remember watching one on Facebook, and it was some foreign country somewhere, and this dude hit this fish on like what can only be described as a long whip, and the bite was ferocious. The float was there, you know, it was one of those Japanese type bottom only long, well, sensible beat the drift type wagglers. But I just remember watching that over and over again, and watching the bite.
Yeah.
There's just something about it, isn't there? You know, it is appealing. I don't care what anybody says. It's not just me, and it's not just people that fish. There's something appealing about the whole idea of it.
Yeah.
And if we can make it visual, make it watchable, make it understandable.
Well, I think of all the videos we've done, my favourite is the in the Bruno video where he did the live match. He did a feature for us, a winter match fishing feature, and in the middle, around about 29 minutes, I think it is, there's just that inspirational music, and it's just him catching, and it's just float going under and then fish going in the net, and there's only about 3 minutes of it, but that's my of all the videos we've done, that's my favourite bit. And it's got that sort of rising inspirational music behind it, and you're just seeing the action, and you're seeing the fish going in the net, and of everything we've done, I think that's the best. That's my favourite bit. That bit there. Ben fishing shallow as well when we did him against Chris.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say.
That was good as well. The only
one after the other. We could have done that wasn't bad at all. And of course we had some good float shots for that.
We did, but we had that was when we first started filming
against
stuff.
Tom was a cracking match. I'd happily film that one over and over again and get it, perfect it.
The only thing about those was we had the older cameras when we first started, and I don't think the quality was as good, but hopefully this year we'll get some great footage. Now we're all filming in high definition, and we're
right in the middle of that heat wave when Ben did that against Chris.
Yeah, it was windy as hell that day, wasn't it?
It was windy, but we was right in the middle of a heat wave, I believe.
Jamie's just into another fish.
All I can hear is you saying Jamie's into another fish. Chap on peg 25, and there's plenty of fish being caught, that is for sure.
So Jamie's just, the frequency Jamie's now catching is just that little bit more than Billy. Billy's not had a fish for a little while now. Well, not that we've seen, although we're not being brilliant at
keeping. Needs to think about getting something lined up down the edge.
Yeah.
Where is Billy fishing at the moment?
He's down his left edge.
Oh right, yeah. Well, like I say then, yeah.
Yeah, he's been fishing long, and he's been feeding that left edge, prepping it, but I don't think he's catching down that left edge.
Well, it's that you're sort of forcing it this time of year, you know. But it's how quickly they turn up, isn't it? If they do at all.
Yeah.
Whether you have a quarter of an hour at it, or an hour and a quarter, or whatever.
Yeah. Well, we're just hitting the 4. Well, we've just gone across the 4-hour mark. Just under 2 hours to go. It's a 6-hour match today at Pidley, 10 till 4. So a lot can happen, but I think Jamie's just slightly pulling away now from Billy. So unless something happens, but yeah, Billy's tried fishing shallow and they're just not there. I think he's back on the bottom. Jamie's still fishing shallow up that end. He's rotating his lines, he's been down his margins and just picked off a couple of big fish, but he's gone back out shallow again. Just keeps rotating, and the options are there for him. He's catching on several lines. Whereas Billy's, I think he has had fish. Oh, as I say that, Billy's just hooked a fish in the margin.
Has he?
Yeah.
And he needs to, doesn't he? That's what I was saying.
Does,
I
yes,
think
he does.
It was roll of the dice time, in my mind it was anyway.
He needs to...
whether it's an odd one, but that needed to happen, didn't it? Aaron's got another one here on peg 1 as well, hasn't he? So his pole hoop over.
Yeah.
And a guy to Billy's left is also fishing down the edge. So they're basically fishing for the same fish, aren't they?
Yeah, so I think it's Andrew Clean fishing on peg 5. He's fishing down to peg 4's front, but actually I don't think Billy can see with the reeds. I don't think he can get to there. He's just lost that one.
What, peg 1? Or Billy
peg
has?
5 has, sorry. Billy's still into his fish on peg 3.
Like I say, that needed to happen for him. That was.
And again, I can't help but think
Peg
I
5
might
has
have
got
just...
the deeper edge to his left, hasn't he? That's.
I think it's deep both ways off there.
Is it?
I'm not sure if Jamie's just had another one either. I've done it again. I'm trying to multitask and I've...
Yeah, well, leave that to women, eh?
I'm no good at it. But Billy's just put that one in the net. Feel free to drop your comments in the section below, guys. We can see them down by the lake. Even if you just want to say hello. We'll be live from Floatfish Farm next Saturday. If you're fishing, it will remain live on our YouTube channel. And we'll be watching Dan Hardy and Chris Bine in their head-to-head in the preliminary knockout round for Cambridge and Northampton.
That Godder's just had one as well.
Yeah, peg 2's just dropped a small F1 in the net.
Started to liven up again, don't you think?
Yeah, you'd expect it to get better throughout the afternoon anyway, wouldn't you? But
yeah. Yeah, it's gone through that lull sort of.
Yeah, the middle of the day lull has gone. The sun's out, the wind dropped.
Peg 5 in the edge as well, he's got one, so.
Yeah.
Looks like they might have rocked up there, although in my experience they rock up straight from the off here. Like magpie, if you just set your stall out for them.
Yeah. And Jamie's been trying throughout the day just to see what's there. I think it was 40 minutes in he first went down his edge. So, and yeah, try if they're there. You're going to nick the odd fish, aren't you? If they're not there, you ain't lost nothing. You've give it a go, haven't you? Billy just fishing his left-hand edge there and still priming shallow out long. Jamie's just sticking with the shallow out long. He's still priming his edges. Just drops back and checks them now and again. And he's had some success with that. He had 2 big carp on the right-hand margin, didn't he? He's been catching by doing that, so he's just rotating. He's caught short, he's caught long, he's caught down his margin.
It's like a proper one on peg 5. He says with no real deal of conviction, because you can't tell from here, can you?
No. Yes, like I say, there's fish coming out now. Elastic out on 5. 24's just put one in the net. There, fish are moving. People are catching, which is good. And 56% on the camera. Yes, we should be good. Should be good. I think the batteries are going to last for the full 6 hours and the weigh-in, which is always a bonus. Peg 2's elastic out.
Yep.
Peg 5 elastic out. Come on Jamie, come on Billy.
Have you actually still got a count on the fish?
Yeah, but I don't think as I said, guys, I don't think we're accurate. I think we're 4 F1s short on Jamie at least, but I'm not going to add them on there because we could be equally as many off of Billy. So we'll have to do a better job of maintaining the scores next time out. But as it was something we set up as we were filming, I kind of got a bit distracted doing it. So.
Well, to be fair, we've got the score up there, but anybody who's been watching has been watching for themselves, haven't they?
Yeah.
You can fast forward and rewind as quick as much as you want, can't you?
Well, next time out, I'm gonna bring you 2 clickers, and you can click both anglers, and you can tell me exactly what they've caught.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's what
I
you want to
don't
see.
even use a clicker myself.
Maybe we should have a competition throughout the live. Whoever we can have everybody at home telling us what they've clicked, and the closest angler wins a prize. And
weight, we could certainly do a weight guessing competition,
that's what I mean.
Couldn't we? Yeah.
That's what I mean. If everyone at home wants to sit and watch for the full 6 hours, and they want to tell us.
That's a good little tempter, isn't it? A prize for encourage people to sit and watch.
You got probably what, 15 minutes from the end of the match to the weigh-in.
Oh,
so you've got 15 minutes to give us your answers.
That is a superb idea. I'm so glad I thought of that.
You did well to come up with that one, Steve.
Yeah. Just ideas come into my head while I'm sat there. Like.
Yes,
it's almost like I could hear your voice saying it to me in my head.
I don't know how you do it, mate. Yeah. Well, you could have a guess away. You could take a complete guess, couldn't you? But
yeah, but it's not a bad idea for competition, is it?
Jamie's in again, fishing long.
Hey, it's really not a bad idea, is it?
Yeah. What are you going to stump up as a prize then?
Oh, right.
No, it's not so clever.
Yeah. Well, you have to buy a ticket, don't you? And the prize is what everybody puts in. Sweepstakes.
Guess the weight competition. I suppose if you did it in kilos and ounces.
Well, at the end of the day, it's weighed in, isn't it? And the answer's there, isn't it, at the end? You know, everybody can speculate, everybody's listening to the same coverage, but it's the one who
yeah.
gets it closest.
Another one in the net for Jamie there. Winner wins a clicker. Oh, that's what it's got to be called, Alex, hasn't it?
Clicker or a clacker.
Winner wins a clicker. Winner win a carpy clicker.
You get enough people having a go, mate, it could be a good.
Do you know what? Alex, I'm fully in that with you, mate. I tell you what, whoever gets it closest, I will buy them a clicker.
They don't need one, whoever gets it closest. Billy's in, by the way.
Ah.
Down the edge again, eh?
It's amazing what you can see when you actually stand up and watch.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're upright.
When you can actually help me with the...
Listen, I'm still struggling with my back after this operation. Here we go.
Smallest violin in the world.
Yeah. I think I'm doing remarkably well just to be here. And I know you're all grateful.
So I'm going to try and keep it whilst we've got the main screen now watching Billy. Whereas I've always ignored Jamie, I'm going to try and keep an eye on him because he has a habit of sneaking fish in whilst we're focusing on Billy.
Did Billy catch the last one down the edge? Did he land it? Or did he lose it? Or was that peg 5? Peg 5's in again.
You're not supposed to be watching peg 5. You're supposed to be watching
peg 3. Well, no, but I'm trying to get an overall view of the match. People need to know that suddenly that area's come. You know, they're fishing the same peg essentially, aren't they?
Yeah,
not a massive fish for Billy, but down the edge.
Well, that's not a small one.
No, and I say, Andrew, is it on peg 5? He's, yeah, not a massive fish, but well, it's all right. They all count. The fact that they're rocking up is the thing, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, there's fish coming out. Yeah, that's the main thing. Obviously, Alex, if you're the only one that enters, you'll win the clicker.
What's that, Alex? You're donating Hair's Head Pro? Oh boy.
I might have a punt if he's donated an Hair's Head Pro.
You wouldn't be allowed, would you, after your last time? I mean, sullied the reputation of the Fishing Association by winning her own raffle.
I never pressed the button.
I thought you did.
No.
Did you not at that one? Who did that time?
Katie.
Katie. Yeah.
I hit the button when Craig won the raffle for the 21st angler.
Yeah, that was popular as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we didn't really know what we were doing. I just hit the button.
Godders is in again.
So to make sure that I was cleared of, I stepped away. Katie hit the button, and you all looked round at me.
You can say it as many times as you like, mate. There'll still be loads of people who think it was a fiddle.
Don't bother me.
But like I say, there's people still think the Earth's flat. And we didn't go to the moon. And I wasn't there, so I don't know. I've been round the world in an aeroplane. Now, it didn't look overly flat.
Did it not?
No. No, it didn't. I say that though, you talk about, yeah, you can see the curvature and all that. How would you, it could have been flat, couldn't it? Who knows?
William Shatner's, when he went up into space, didn't he? That's brilliant in itself.
That was a television programme, you idiot.
Nah. He went up, didn't he? Did you see his reaction when he came down?
He was Star Trek, man. That wasn't real. No, yeah. He apparently didn't he say something quite?
Well, I think he was just overwhelmed by how thin the atmosphere was, and it was just, and he was just completely overwhelmed by that. He's in his 90s, isn't he?
Is he?
I think so. So yeah, fancy that, being on Star Trek and then actually going into space as well.
Is he still a captain or is he an admiral? He got up to admiral, didn't he?
In what?
Star Trek.
Oh, I don't know.
Admiral James T. Kirk.
Oh, right, yeah, there you go.
You're too young to remember Star Trek, proper Star Trek, aren't you?
Well, when was it? The 60s?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Can you remember there was one episode where this makes a laugh at the joke about racism or whatever. There was two planets, so my mate tells me, and there was those that were half white and half black down the left side and the right side, and they didn't get on anyway, basically, because one's left-hand side was black and the other's white, and the opposite, and they all hated each other.
Oh, God.
Showing how fickle the humans can be. Groundbreaking stuff. Nearly as entertaining as South Park.
What other topics can we cover today in
Whatever
6
you
hours?
like, mate. Yeah. Earth being flat,
Yeah,
man not going to the
flat
moon,
earthers.
BBC and main media companies being slightly economical with the truth, but who knows. All we can do is bring you some live entertainment from Rookery Waters Piddly.
I'm not sure it technically falls into the entertainment bracket, but
Sorry? Oh right, okay. No,
more the drivel bracket maybe. I don't know.
I'm just trying to... It strikes me as that people are happy enough just watching the fishing and a little bit of information, but as long as if we can provide that via camera, then we become surplus to requirements.
So should we just go and sit in the cafe?
Yeah, I'm all for that.
If I could adjust the scores from the cafe, we could watch it in the cafe.
That's why I said that to you earlier. We need to actually be here. We can set the cameras up remotely. Let's face it, Alex is doing a better job commentating than us. He's not on the camera, is he?
Andrew's got the count better than us.
Alex
A million miles away has got the count better than us.
Simon's drinking Amstel in a hot country, so who's to say he ain't got it sussed? None of us.
And Alex Haynes there is coming up with all the ideas for us. So
we don't need to be here, mate. Just leave the camera plugged in and fill your boots up. But we could quite easily be in the studio. That's how it would be, isn't it? If a Fishermania are doing it, they'd have a set,
Yeah, well, like I said to you, we'll just get to speak to Alex Bates and dig his fishery up, put a load of cable in, and we can just manage the production from his new tackle shop.
Yeah, new tackle shop. Yeah.
So when it gets there.
Well, we do need cameramen, of course you do, because you need people to operate and zoom in.
Oh, so now I have to stay and you're
and...
just going to go and watch from afar?
Well, no, I don't think you're really cut out to be a cameraman, are you? And like again, once you get the anglers tuned in and wired up, then of course you get your more expert commentators that know what's going on.
Everyone's watching at home with the sound off anyway, they're just enjoying the match. Another little quiet spell for Jamie and Billy.
Still down the edge.
It's just been a steady old match today. What do you reckon Jamie's got with 23 fish? Put your money where your mouth is. Well, what did you say, 32 fish each?
Yeah.
You ain't going to be a million miles away if they keep going like that. An hour and 40 minutes to go. Crikey, that means you actually know what you're talking about.
Well.
Or you've had a good lucky guess.
A little bit of both. But we will see. So what do I reckon he's got with 23?
Yeah, what do you reckon? I reckon he's got £70 with that. Maybe more. 75?
Well, my first guess was £69 at £3 a piece, but a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller. 60.
Yeah. He's had a couple of lumps.
Proper lumps, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we'll go at £70 then, I'd have said.
Wonder what Alex Haynes is going to guess. Put your guess in the comments below.
How many fish has Billy got?
I reckon 17 at the minute.
You see, at the same reckoning, he's still only £19 behind, isn't he? Like, you know what I mean?
Potentially. Yeah, you only got 2 big lumps, and that's you pretty much caught up, isn't it? That's what I say. Anything can happen in these last 2 hours. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, people. It's free. Bottom right hand corner if you're watching on your PCs or laptops at home. And you'll get notification of when we go live. So that's not just the draw, which will be happening on a monthly basis. We're going to start filming these head-to-heads on a regular basis. Next Saturday we've got Dan Hardy and Chris Barley, and then the following Monday we've got the main draw for all 20 regions, and then we'll be having a vote as to who you'd like us to see. If the weather's good and we can get there, we will be travelling the length and breadth of the country. Does that mean we're going to have to share a car, Steve?
Yeah, as long as we don't have to share a room. And of course we've got Todber Manor to look forward to as well.
Oh, we need to start writing some dates down. When are you going to Todber?
Is it July?
So we've got June, July, September, August. We've got all sorts
whatever
going on,
you do, don't book anything for Fishermania weekend, because you'll be filming me in the final, I'll be
Well, they might have something to say about that, Steve.
Who?
Well, they might have.
What are the other competitors?
Well, no, they film it themselves, don't they?
Oh right. Yeah, no,
They
yeah,
might
but
not allow that.
yeah, but other people do, don't they, as well? Well, if they don't, they don't. That's up to them, isn't it?
Well, maybe our live coverage will be better than their live coverage at that point.
I won't care. I'll be busy jumping in a lake celebrating.
What, with your money?
Yeah.
With your 50k?
Yeah. Yeah. Having just caught like £200 of F1s, beat Christian Jones off the next peg.
Alex says 70. Now, is that what he's going to finish with, Alex? No, surely not. That's what you think he's got now.
So he's just going along with us, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's just agreeing with us.
£70. At the end of the live, we'll take note of what people are saying. Guess the weight. Guess the winning
I
weight.
take note of what people are saying. Always, I do.
Guess the winning
Put
weight.
it in my black book.
And the person with the closest weight will get a new
pat on the
clicker,
back.
either a Browning or a Matrix. I can think they've got Browning and Matrix clickers.
Can you get different makes of clickers nowadays? Do they all got their own clickers?
Matrix have got one that spins round. I think they've got them in the shop up
That's
here.
a compass, you idiot.
Oh yeah.
Pegged a 36 in again.
Browning sell a good one. I've got 3 or 4 of theirs.
Ah, it's coming like a bream, like a slab. No more fish on 5 and on 3 and 5. A couple in the edge and then.
Yeah, like you say, peg 5 now, fishing down at peg 4 flat platform. It just split Billy's fish maybe slightly, but
There's quite a few on the lake today, and there's not many empty pegs, is there?
no, I think normally in the opens there's normally a bit more
16,
space.
17,
Yeah. So obviously Alex balances it quite well when he does his opens on the Saturday, and if he's got the numbers, he puts another lake in, so
Listen,
everyone has plenty of
Cam
room.
never turns anybody away for his matches, up for the Sunday tackle. If he can fit you in, he'll fit you in.
Yeah, fair play, isn't it?
Yeah. Although he's never got room when I ring up and try and he'll try and fit.
You're banned.
Yeah. I love watching that fish topping in the face. It's
Jamie just looking down his right hand edge again. He's just kept the bait trickling in down there. And Billy now looking down his left edge.
2 gallon me now.
Yeah. The water would have gone up 2 inches.
Yeah, and everybody believes me as well.
We've got no reason not to, Steve, if they've seen you fish.
No.
So
one trick pony, sometimes. Mike Whittaker got a fish on peg 8. In fact, I go as far as to say the highlight of my day has been a little chat I had with Mike Whittaker earlier in the day. I'm not even going to repeat it, but it was yeah, it was funny. We had a good. I hadn't seen him for a while. Proper made me laugh. He did.
he was smiling from ear to ear as we went and spoke to him. Well, from afar earlier.
He proper made me laugh. He did.
Yeah.
Proper.
Wowzers, we've picked up some subscribers today.
Have we?
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Just looking at the analytics on the
All good then.
plenty of subscribers to the channel and plenty of views for the film, so thank you very much. Still got an hour and 37 minutes to go. 32 minutes, sorry. Oh, who would leave their...
My mate, take this phone and bend over and pick that up.
Who would leave their
phone
on whilst we're filming alive, eh? You might have to take that away from the...
Help, mate, you're live, by the way, on YouTube. Don't let me move.
Oh, ever the professional.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Alright, mate. It's alright, we're just doing a live.
No, I don't want to be live, so I don't want to be on your...
No, you're not. I've walked away like that.
Another little quiet period for Jamie and Billy. People are starting to catch down their edges now. Aaron on peg 1's catching on his right hand margin. Peg 24 catching on his left hand margin. How close is this match? There's some real heat in that sun now. Jamie there up on peg 13. Having another little look down his right hand side. So, as I said earlier, he's just been rotating his lines. Fishing short, fishing long, down his edge. Typical. Let's just have a little look at that. Billy there fishing his left hand margin. We knew we were going to lose one battery today, but we're back up and running. Hopefully we haven't missed anything there. Yeah, I think Billy's just been switching between the two lines, going long and then down that left hand margin. Just keeps priming each line as he comes off it. So there's still fish being caught from around the venue. Fish on peg 1, peg 2, 26 has just put one in the net. Oh, Jamie's in. And out again. Foul hooked. Looks like he's got a scale on his hook. Just under an hour and a half for our anglers. I think Jamie's just in front. Things seem a little bit slower for Billy, but that could all change. Hit that subscribe button. it's free, it'll remain free, and we'll give you some coverage of the head-to-heads throughout the competition as we practice to cover the semi-final, which will be at Marston Fields, and the main final obviously, which will be at Woodlands Thirsk. So the scores there at the bottom are what we think the lads have had. Trying our best to update that throughout the match, but we have missed a few fish, we know we have. I think Jamie might have had 3 or 4 more F1s than what we're showing, but we might have missed a few fish for Billy as well, so we'll leave the score as it stands. Billy hooks a fish long. He's just kept firing them maggots out. What's this one going to be? Is it a bear carp? Looks like a decent F1. Another one in the net for Billy. Just when you think Jamie's pulling away slightly. It's been very close all day. Doesn't take a run of many fish to pull things back level. And Jamie's gone down that right hand edge. I'm not sure. He's just persevering with it, I think. So for Billy to see Jamie, he needs to arc his head round to the left, whereas Jamie's actually looking, when he's fishing long, he's actually looking down the lake. So he can see Billy, and has probably got an idea of what's going on. And if he's following us on YouTube, he might even have the score up on his phone. Still fish coming out all around us. Peg 1's just had one. Peg 5, 26 behind us. 21's got a fish on. The bird sounds are lovely until the geese pipe up. Looks like Jamie's sticking with that right hand margin. Got an hour and 18 minutes left in the match. Billy's still priming his left margin, but he's fishing long. Peg 1 and Peg 2 are now catching down their edges. So Jamie has had some bigger fish, just pinching them off their margins, but he seems to be persevering with this now, and not sure they're quite there just yet. Take me off the screen for a moment, and he goes and sticks one in the net. Another fish there for Jamie. So we think them scores are somewhere near. Might have missed a few F1s early on. Who's your money on now?
Good feedback, isn't it?
Oh, we're getting some good feedback, mate.
Well, you've read it, you know what I mean? But, you know, some off of people that... genuine comments, you know?
Hope so. We do try.
Pick 5.
That's
Jamie
nice.
just had one, didn't he?
I don't want to jinx it, but we haven't had anything really fail on us today. Normally we get something, a cable or the wind or something fail on us, don't we? But
Yeah, but we ought to iron those things out, hadn't we, like, you know?
yeah, slowly, I think so.
I mean, I'm still... The jury's out on the Nighthawk, as far as I'm concerned. Because, like I say, it seems to be giving me good enough through my phone.
Yes, I think it's a great bit of kit. So the only thing with the Nighthawk is that's a bit disappointing is I've had to charge it. So we've brought ourselves it's a mobile router, isn't it?
Yeah.
With 5G capability to be able to stream
I
to you.
suppose at the end of the day, even if it's just as good as a phone and no better than, it's multiple phones in one.
Yeah.
As a separate. It's got to be better, hasn't it? Surely.
Oh yeah, no. Listen. At the end of the day, we've had the best signal we've ever tried to, and we've achieved. Well, listen. It tells me on the encoder here we've dropped 39 frames in. So 24. No, we're filming at 30 frames per second, and in total we've dropped 39 frames. So we've dropped 1 second in 4 hours and 42 minutes. So, as far as I'm concerned, that's a winner.
Yeah, but look,
we've had the best signal we've had.
I know I'm on that now, aren't I?
No, you're not on the router.
I bet I am.
You're not. It's not on full.
I know I am. But look, I'm getting quite a good signal regardless.
Yeah, I don't understand why we're getting a better signal today than we did last week, but.
Because we're here.
Listen, at the end of the day,
because we're here,
we've managed to stream live for 4 and 3/4 hours in high definition, which is great. It's great for people watching at home, and it's great for our ability here, isn't it? So,
as long as we can go to places and pick up a decent mobile signal,
yeah.
we're always going to be restricted, aren't we? We might come to somewhere where ideally we want to stand there and really could do this. But then again, we could create a hot. Let's say, for instance, the other side of those trees, it was particularly good. We could create a hard connection and have the router there, couldn't we? Because that has got an RJ45 output.
Yeah.
So we could like hardwire it. We've got scope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're obviously investing in equipment to be able to do these live coverage of these head-to-heads. So listen, today it's worked. It's worked as well as it's ever worked, hasn't it?
It's almost hard to believe it's us doing it.
Yeah.
No.
We've just got to learn to watch these people catching fish, because we ain't got the scoreboard 100% right.
Is that what we're here for? Oh yeah.
So
I lost interest once the sun come out. I'm like,
you're a sunbather, aren't you?
yeah, a bit of a sun god. A heliocentric, whatever. Or just eccentric.
Yeah, I think that's the first time Billy's looked down that right-hand edge, but he can see peg 1 and peg 2 to his right catching tight down their edge. So
His Scud has caught down his edge as well, has he?
yeah, they've both peg 1 and peg 2 have been catching on their right-hand edge. So Billy's obviously following suit. He can see them catching.
And peg 5's now got the benefit of.
I don't think Billy can see the platform on peg 4.
No,
so peg
that's
5's
right.
always had it. So it's just the reeds that are in his way, so he can't really see down there. But things are still fairly tight. Billy's just had another one, and Jamie's stuck another one in the net. So we think there's 6 fish in it, but I might have missed a few.
That was my mate Tony. He's going to train you to be an air conditioning engineer, by the way.
Oh, is he? It's very nice of him.
Yeah.
Do I want to be an air conditioning engineer?
Why not? Why not, mate? We need to start our own renewable energy company. I've been saying that to myself for years, since the last time I,
We're going to be the new British Power, aren't we?
Yeah, something to do, isn't it?
Well, we just lost the first battery on camera 1.
Well, that'd be a good reason to do it. We could have our own solar.
Yeah, I don't think
solar
we're going to get.
farm.
I don't think we're going to get to the end of 6 hours before we lose the second battery on camera 2. But
In on peg 5 down the edge. No, but if we had solar power, a little generator here.
well, people don't want to be hearing a generator going around.
Well, it won't be, will it? Solar generator.
Yeah. I think I'll just invest in another couple of these
Batteries,
banks.
like, yeah, there is that.
Yeah, they've done
What
good.
happened to that big one that you had last year?
What, this one right in front of you?
Yeah, that one there,
that's
yeah.
powering
Yeah,
the encoder.
Yeah, but they're the kiddies, aren't they?
Yeah, no, listen, everything, the encoder's still...
Somebody who's selling a load of them off the back of a lorry.
I bought that jump starts my car, but I use it fishing because it charges my phone, and then we've powered all our cameras and everything with it since, haven't we? So
Yeah, well, it's only a matter of more. Like, they're all achievable, aren't they? It's an expense, not a problem.
Billy just strikes into a fish.
Down the edge.
From
So
his
there's
left-hand
Aaron on
side.
peg 1. Is he caught that short to his
He's just had that to his left-hand side, yeah.
right hand side?
No,
Our
his
left-hand
left-hand side.
Yeah.
Oh, our right-hand
Yeah.
side, his left-hand
Yeah.
side. We have to confuse things.
What, by saying it how it is?
His left.
His right hand margin.
No. His left.
Like this way.
No.
Oh, he caught on his long margin.
His other left.
Did he catch it out of peg 5 or peg 4?
4. Well, they're both left.
I know.
What are you going on about, you Wally?
So he didn't. When I looked, he was fishing to his right.
He was plumbing up
towards
his-
Goddard's.
he was-
He was just plumbing
He was
it
plumbing
up.
up that right hand.
No, he didn't actually get round to
I
it.
don't think so. I can't see what Jamie's... Oh, Jamie's just fished short to his left, that's what he's up to. So he's closed the gap up again, Billy.
Too close to call.
Yep, it's going to be down to that last hour.
Peg 36. Got another one along.
Can Billy... I mean, Jamie's come off that long line, fishing shallow, and I haven't seen him fish the short line either. He's just committed to these 2 edges now, I think. I think he's...
Still fish down here in front of us because I just saw the reeds move. Or the reed move.
I say, Billy's just took a look to the right hand side just to see what peg 1 and peg 2 are doing. So they're both fishing short, or down their edge, sorry. I think that's why he's primed his right hand side, just because he's seen them catching.
Peg 5 in again, down the edge. So there's some fish coming in along there, aren't there?
Yeah.
You'd think it was only going to get better.
Quite deep in front of Billy though. I don't know what it's like. I think tight in front of peg 4 it's a little bit shallow. I'm not sure. I can't remember ever plumbing up in front of that peg. Where Jamie is, I think it's much shallower.
It's been a while since I drew any of them. Peg 25 in.
There's still fish coming. Everyone seems to have moved in.
Anybody we've sort of watched seems to have caught fish, don't they?
Yeah.
I think, you know, Aaron's caught, Simon's caught, Billy's caught, Andrew's caught. We haven't really looked beyond that, have we, where Mike and Derek are?
No.
They're sort of out of our... Like, same as I've only seen Tony McGregor catch 1 fish, but I've only really looked... We've only looked at, again, whoever's on 36, 25, 24. Don't even know what this guy's caught here, really, because we can't see him, can we?
He's been behind us. He has had the odd fish. Not the best of pegs.
So the only
26.
people that we haven't seen catch fish are the ones that we haven't been looking at.
The only people that we haven't seen are the ones that we haven't seen.
Or have we noticed the ones that have and not noticed the ones that haven't? Who knows?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, yeah, no, as we've obviously peg 1, 2, 5 have been catching in front of us.
Peg 5's in again down his edge.
We've been
It's
looking
hanging
towards
on.
Billy on peg 3, haven't we? So
That's hanging on down there, isn't it, Andrew? Again, he's caught as many as anybody. You wouldn't like to bet him against him for the match, would you?
well, you've got, Jamie's got people either side of him, but we can't see either of them.
There's at least half a dozen people well and truly in it, as far as I know. We don't know that Matt and Pete haven't emptied it on the point there on 33, do we?
Yeah, no.
Because we all know how good a peg 33 is, because you've won off that, haven't you, mate?
Yeah, it must be good if I've won off it.
It's awesome is the word we're looking for, isn't it?
Is that the flyer?
Best peg in Cambridgeshire, peg 33 on Magpie.
It's got to be
You had
after.
£200, didn't you?
It's got to be half decent if I win a match
That's
off of it.
usually a season's work for you. Hey?
Don't take it away from me. My one and only victory.
You entered it the other week on Raven, didn't you, as well? Like, when not getting knocked out of the Super Cup, you have the odd result, mate.
Yeah. Who was I paired with that day?
Listen, you were destined to get knocked out yesterday. I've been warning you for weeks. I didn't want it to happen.
I think
It
you
ain't
made it
happened.
happen. I think you made it happen.
I made it happen. I made that pole happen for you as well, mate.
I broke that on peg 26 behind us. Just put my hand straight through it.
There'll be people listening going, good. I wanted that pole. But overall, it's been a nice little addition to your kit, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been great, to be fair. That pole, I saw it round yours, obviously, and I was promoting it like hell, trying to get people to purchase tickets for it. I don't know why they didn't. Alex had one out here at Tackle and Baits. So he had one out.
Float go under on 36, like that.
Did
was
you?
good fun. I love watching. Yeah, and bump. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Alex had one out next to the new Guru poles, and for sort of as a comparison. And before I won it off of the raffle, obviously, and you'd have picked it over the Guru in my eyes. The package was better, and as you looked at the pole next to the Gurus, it was better.
That was for you, mate.
Well, I'd have picked it over
buy
them.
a few tickets, in fairness, like so.
Yeah, it's not like I didn't invest my own money into it.
Yeah, no, it's not like you didn't buy a ticket and win, is it?
It wasn't a
No,
freebie.
No. There's people that think it was, mate, trust me.
No.
Like I say, there's people that think the world's round, or flat, or whatever. And as we all know, everybody's entitled to their opinion, even if it's a load of rubbish. You're entitled. It's your right. It's your right to be wrong.
Billy's just putting another fish in the
Yeah,
net.
I just noticed that.
He's just creeping it back,
And
isn't
he's
he?
cut down on peg. He is, isn't he?
He's just creeping it back. Jamie was getting away from him, and he's just creeping them back slowly.
Goddard's got one, Aaron's got one on peg 1. So basically there's 4 in the line. At the time when Jamie was doing alright, I just always felt that this area, there seems to be a lot of fish along here, doesn't there?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And Billy's nobody's fool. And,
No, crikey, no. He's made Fisho finals, hasn't he, Billy?
That's right.
So,
Well, I think he's actually been Derek's just caught one on peg 6.
We knew that battery was going to go. We should be back with sound and everything now. Here we go. Fresh battery in. Hopefully that will see us through now.
Is that telling you there's a fresh battery?
Yeah, I've just told it there's a fresh battery.
Oh, right.
take through, basically, if it's short of them, a bit like further down there, it operates a bit on James. And yeah, it's communicating. I mean, obviously I can control what the thing is, but it's an independent camera. You can do it with a camera now to try and get what, if it's converted on distance, and they've got selected to see what's in that camera, and you can just communicate. You need to communicate. Yeah, that's it. He's not going to rush around, is it? When you see him on there, that's what I'm starting up about. Not feeding the main line and reduce it. How can we go back? They can't keep away. Pick up the phone. He's in the phone part. We would like to bet the lives either way, would we? I predicted early on, I think, like I say, you're going to end up on it now too.
At least it'd have been in the same day, the same bonfire.
Disappointing for me. Disappointing thing for me. It's ridiculous. It's you know, like, it wasn't even a competition. It was a box. I just couldn't buy a box. It's one of my things. There's nothing in front of me. I just well, if it was. Alex is only laughing his head off.
What was in front of you was more intelligent.
Well, there is fish. There was obviously fish in front of me. I was thinking not quite.
That's nice, you thought so.
No, listen, that's the end of the game. Ricky drew the magpie. Actually, you say that. I said, what did I say on your phone? Sitting off something go round and round and round. That's what the fish do. Yeah. I find that more therapeutic than
Yep. I feel like a battery card, you know. You're not lost, are you, lady?
I don't know.
You're not lost, are you?
No. Just having a one.
Okay. All of this is on there for people to be able to see and make their own conclusions from, isn't it? Regardless of our commentary, it's all being filmed, both anglers. Nothing's escaping anybody's attention, is it?
No, everyone can see everything.
Yeah. Obviously, it's better if you know, we haven't got that knowing exactly what, but they know. If somebody's been paying attention, they know the exact number of fish, don't they?
Oh, we've got a robin landed on the camera.
Yeah, that's quite a view, isn't it?
So if you're wondering why Jamie's bouncing all over the show.
That's my mum, that is. Apparently.
Get off my camera.
Yeah, no, she turns up to keep an eye on us now and then.
And it's left. As Jamie sticks another one in the net. That's half decent fish, look.
No, I think that's the point, that the information's there, that people know what's going on. And I should imagine that makes it quite compulsive viewing, doesn't it? Same as anything.
Yeah, it also helps if the information's correct. So
But
apologies.
like you say, the information is, they're seeing it for their own eyes. Although it's limited, every single fish has been on camera, hasn't it?
It has, even if we haven't counted them all properly. But
No, that's just poor commentary, like, but we expected that. Another fish on 25. I wouldn't like to call the match, I really wouldn't. Because certainly Peg 5, certainly Jamie's in with a shout, certainly even Billy's in with a shout, Goddard is, Aaron is.
Billy's back into a fish.
25, maybe not to that Tony Rockman, but 36 definitely. I really wouldn't want to call it.
He's lost it. Oh, I feel for him. Billy's just lost another fish.
He's lost one or two, hasn't he? To be fair.
Yeah, I feel for him. He has. He's lost a few. Yeah. And it's got to that point in the match now where you need something needs to happen if you're going to make a difference. I think, isn't it? So.
Well, 36 minutes, but certainly everybody's within the shout, aren't they?
Yeah. Did you just shout out Darren Lindley for that? Did you?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Darren. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Well, it's just a great match, isn't it? That's the point, you know. If one of them had got 100 fish, the other had got none, it wouldn't be that great a match, would it? But then again,
I don't know. That's more. I think the action's exciting to watch.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah, we didn't mind watching Liverpool win it the other week, 7-0, did we?
No.
If you were a Liverpool fan, you didn't mind anyway. Not so sure Man United fans would have been quite so keen on it, or whatever. And it's always going to be to somebody's liking.
So we think that fish count is a fairly true representation. We might miss the odd F1 early doors, and we are distracted as we sit behind the cameras, so we don't see everything, even though we should do. I think we might have missed a few F1s for Jamie, but at the same time we might have missed some for Billy, so we've left the scores as they are. We'll find out shortly. Steve. Steve watching us.
Watching us, yeah.
Jamie's still feeding that short line, just as a backup. As you can see, he's really starting to feed that edge now on the top cut. Billy fishing to his left. I think he's fishing, I don't know whether he's fishing deep shallow and shallow or whether he's fishing on the bottom and shallow.
Notice he's gone out a long pole again, that seems unnecessary. Plus
Yeah.
it slowed down. I suppose they had really, hadn't they? They went on a bit of a...
Peg 2 margin, yeah.
He
He had a few.
5 is fishing the other way now, isn't he? It's,
Yeah. Peg 1 margin slowed up and all, isn't it? So.
they don't keep coming, do they? Well, sometimes they do. Sometimes they do.
Down to the last 30 minutes. What's going to happen at the end here? My perception of watching it back is that Billy hasn't had that many fish, but he's still within a handful of fish of Jamie, you know, so it's strange what your perception of the match can be, isn't it? It's
Yeah, especially if we've been listening to you.
well, yeah. Billy will probably weigh in and
If
win
we've been
now.
listening to ourselves, yeah, our perception is very warped.
Billy will probably weigh in and win now. We'll be like, oh yeah, Jamie's romped it.
God, has he got one on the long pole after me slagging him off for being back out on the pole.
God knows what to do, doesn't he? So,
Especially when it comes to
it looks
building
like
boats.
Billy's just hooked one in the margin as well.
Billy has.
Yeah.
stab at it, and he missed it.
He's been getting a few foul lookers down there. I don't know if this one is or
At
not.
the end of the day, it's all going to depend on size of fish, isn't it?
Of course, yeah. That's why we should weigh the fish in the new format. That's in the net. That's good fish. That's just keeping him in touching distance still a Jamie, I think.
He's chasing it out, chasing it out. Turn cold again, mate.
It's just that wind. That wind is cold. When the sun goes in and the wind picks up, it cuts through you, doesn't it?
Yep. Nodder's lost that one. He had to chase after, but it was foul up, man. It's got kiting in the side as well.
Welcome along if you're joining us at the end here. Obviously in the last half an hour, the match finishes at 4 o'clock. We've got Jamie Thompson versus Billy Marlow in their regional head-to-head in the preliminary round of the Super Cup. So the winner of this match will go through into the main draw, which will be on Monday the 10th.
Peg 36 had plenty of fish.
He has had a few, hasn't he? I think still for me it's still peg 2 and 5 if you're looking at the match from what we can see.
Yeah.
Peg 2 and peg 5 for the overall match win. But
Yeah, what sort of weight are you thinking of?
I don't know, Steve. I've been trying to concentrate on Billy and
Well, let's assume that
Jamie,
Billy, let's
and I haven't
assume
done a
that
very
Billy
good
never
job at
got
that.
26 fish, like, yeah? So how many do you think these others that have beaten them have got?
at the minute I reckon Billy and Jamie are probably on 80 and £100.
Peg 5 again, got a fish, eh?
So what does that make? Peg 2 and 5, maybe 120, 130? Not sure. Absolute stab in the
My own
dark.
thoughts are it's closer than that.
Don't forget, at the end of the match, thanks to Alex.
Goddard has caught more than Billy, hasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
At the end of the match, if you want to stick what you think the two lads have had in the comment section, and the closest person to it before the weigh-in will
Well, we
get themselves a clicker.
Or we could have this situation where Billy's been chip shopped, but still goes and wins his knockout. And so the same could be happening to Jamie, because we don't know what's happening either side of him, do we? That's where we're limited, isn't it? That's where information could be better.
Yeah, like I say, we're not here to cover the match, we're here to cover the head-to-head between these two.
Yeah, but it's good to have an overview, isn't it? An oversight of what's going on. I would say.
Yeah.
No such thing as too much information, is there? There is.
I'm struggling to multitask with keeping the scores on these two without
Moving
watching.
your left leg and your right leg forward, eh? Yeah.
Sometimes I just fall over, Steve.
Yeah. And breathing at the same time, of course.
Maintaining this live and counting these as they catch their fish is all I can deal with today, and I've not dealt with that. So.
Well, you'll have to do an appeal again to see who thinks exactly what's what like.
Ooh, Stephen Cottis. Think Jamie will end up with 132.
See, he's been watching that, you know.
Yeah,
I wouldn't rule against what Steve's
Listen,
saying.
I'm under no illusions. I know absolutely nothing.
Well, that's good.
It's a good shout there, think, Stephen.
It's
good
good to
shout.
know that you're just rubbish and not delusional
Well,
as well.
you said 32 fish 4.5 hours ago, and Jamie's on 28, and he's just hooked into another one with 28 minutes to go.
So I ain't going to be far wrong, am I?
You ain't going to be far wrong, mate.
It's been known.
No, that's the more bitter tasting.
Yeah, it's having to admit that. Yeah. Well, mate, it happens every now and then, don't you?
But we've missed a few as well, so he's probably already on 32. So you're wrong.
£100.
Yep. So at the end of the match,
I haven't seen one of his fish. You've seen all of it. I haven't got a clue what he's got.
That's a lump as well. Well done, Jamie.
Yeah, and Billy's got one as
Billy
well.
gets into a fish and all. Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's a decent fishing match. Whatever we put on, we put a, you know what I mean? It's Peg 5 got another one. It's a decent fishing match, and most of that goes thanks to Rookery Waters, eh?
Oh, of course, yeah. If you haven't got down here to Rookery, you really do need to. It's
a
such
nice
an
venue.
awesome. It's an awesome place. Absolutely awesome.
If you fancy a weekend away, bit of fishing, lovely scenic countryside. It's not all anglers in the cafeteria. It's there's all sorts in there, hikers. It's quite a nice area of the country, to say the least.
Well, I'd say there's 4 lodges here. Well, there are 4 lodges here, but they're
And
always
plans for more.
they're always booked.
There's plenty of other accommodation around here. There's a glamping site just up the road there. There's a lakeside restaurant. There's a golf course.
Yeah.
It's a nice area. It's you feel like you're on holiday when you come here, don't you? to
Well,
be
there's
fair?
pleasure lakes here as well. It's not just the match lakes. So it is a nice place. Really, really nice place.
Yeah.
If you fancy sampling it, you could always buy a golden reel ticket for next Saturday.
Yeah.
And if
Well,
you're
it's
not-
not just
and if
about
you're not
fishing,
fishing-
it's a nice place. End of story. You know, you'll be made more than welcome here. Just come and sit in the cafeteria. They've got some lovely food on sale and a licence.
Yeah.
Sell alcohol. A cracking tackle shop if that floats your boat as well.
Yeah.
With plans for an even bigger one coming up very soon, well, no doubt.
It's going to be great.
But I remember Alex talking about that years ago. So
The
God has got another one back on the pole, long pole.
if you're not fishing next Saturday, tune in as we'll be filming Chris Barley and Dan Hardy at Floatfish Farm.
Be another
Phoenix.
local fishery, like, yeah.
Yeah.
Haven't been for a while myself, but you have a catch up there, and again, cracking facilities, cracking fishing.
It's just
What more
fine.
could you ask for?
Billy's just hooked into another one. That, I'm not sure if he's foul looked it again. It's gone off like a rocket.
Yeah, I've been watching. He's had this brothers next to him as well. It's starting to come alive.
And that's in the net for him. Look, just when he needed it.
Hard to tell. £3.5, maybe.
The 2 Ronnies of commentary. Been called worse.
Who's trying to be offensive?
That ain't offensive, is it?
Two Roddy, no. Who was that?
Stephen Cottis.
Two Roddies. The 2 Bennies.
To be honest, I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, absolutely. You can be the little one. O's. Ain't got any O's. 4 candles.
Handles for forks.
Yeah, it's a good sketch, really.
Don't make them like they used to.
No, thank God.
Nearly there, nearly there. Who's going to win this? It is close. Like Steve said, it's...
Well, it must be nice to watch a fishing video and not have people that know what they're talking about filling you up with really interesting technical information, wasn't it?
Like we were discussing earlier, we've been Star Trekking,
Yeah.
flat earthing,
Must
politics.
be good to not feel threatened by the commentators, eh?
You can always watch with the sound down, guys. We won't be offended. Although you will miss the gulls. Is Stephen Cottis in the competition this year?
I've no idea, mate.
We'll have to have a little look later. Are you in this year, Stephen? Let us know. If not, why not? If you are, we're kicking you out. Oh dear. Nobody's romping away with it at the end. You always got to wonder, ain't you, within the last hour, whether somebody's going to get away with it a bit. Jamie in again. Every time Jamie sticks one in the net, and then Billy has a response for him. Andrew, Jamie wins. 125 to 105. I hope your health improves, Stephen. All the best, mate. All the best. When you're fit and ready, come and join us. stick that one on. Can't remember. Getting distracted myself now with the comments and the fishing and the...
Put my chair in the car, sit in there for a couple of minutes.
Oh, in the last 20 minutes you're going to go and have a lay down?
Well, no, just 10 minutes, like, and I'll just be back for the final bit. We're going to put this back together a bit.
What we'll do is
We'll be on the move.
we'll finish the live at the all out. Jamie's in again. Finish the live at the all out and then we'll start up again as they do the weigh-in. So we'll have a short break. You can go and have a cup of tea, and if you want to join us again for the weigh-in, see what the weights are. I said no one's gone away with it, and then run away with it, and then Jamie starts putting them fish in the last few minutes. Is he going to have another one? Is he going to keep pumping them in? It's getting exciting. Brief disclaimer, we have missed a few of these fish, we know we have. But 31.25 is what we've watched go in the nets. So who do you think's had the better stamp fish? They've both had big fish. Who's had more of them? Definitely close. Jamie's just moved out a bit. It's not actually on that margin line now. Look at that, look. It's gone onto that short line, which he was also prepping. He kept throwing it. Another small fish. There's another one in the net. I think your money's got to be on Jamie now. Is there enough time for Billy to turn this around? I think if you'd have been offered both pegs, you'd have gone for peg 3. But Jamie's just definitely done the business off 13. Just laying that rig. Letting it get down at the bottom. Just prepping that margin still, just in case he drops back on it. closest weight to the, we'll say to the winner obviously, because we can only pick one. Closest weight will get the clicker, courtesy of Alex Haynes' comment earlier on. I don't disagree with the weights you're putting up there, lads. It's going to be close. If you can hear that whistle, that's not our match. That's a club match on Crow. We've still got 15 more minutes. Again on that short line, Jamie's in again. It's just coming together for him at the end there. Another one in the net, another good fish. He's just lost the extension on his landing net. Get himself sorted out and he'll be back in. Can Billy do anything in this last 13 minutes to draw this level? Just having another little look down that margin. The last two fish have come off his short line. He's been feeding that margin obviously. Just keeping it ticking over. Jamie, £154, Darren Lindley. He's definitely had a few bigger fish. That'll obviously come down to the stamp of fish that he's put in the net. If you're the closest weight, we'll have to contact you on Facebook later, and we'll pop that clicker in the post. Is that Steve just commented? You don't get to win a clicker, Steve. You get to buy the clicker. Billy just hooked one down his mind. Yes, Billy's just got in. Just when you think one of them's got away with it, the other one comes back with an answer. Jamie's in again as well. We knew all the action would come at the end, didn't we? He's got the bigger fish. Jamie seems to be getting them in quicker. Oh, Billy's lost his. You'll have until the weigh-in starts to get your guesstimates in. And the closest weight to the winner will get a clicker. We'll take a short break when the match finishes, and when they start the weigh-in, we'll go live again so you can see. So put your weights in on this feed. And then we'll put back through after. If you've only just joined us live, next Saturday we'll be filming at Floatfish Farm in Peterborough. And that will be the head-to-head between Dan Hardy and Chris Barley in their knockout round. And then the following Monday, on the Bank Holiday Monday, we'll have the main draw for this year's Super Cup, where all 20 regions will be drawn. Last entrance into this year's Super Cup will be Wednesday the 5th. So if there's still tickets left in a region, maximum of 32 anglers in a region, remember. And the closing date for that region will be Wednesday the 5th. That is it, no more. Jamie on another fish. Can't help but think he's done enough now, with 8 minutes to go.
Others in again.
Steve's had a punt, £133 Jamie, £105 Billy.
I've had it going on, haven't I?
Yeah, you're buying it though, aren't you? You ain't winning it.
Oh, right. Okay. God is to win the match, I think. She's caught smaller fish.
This one's giving Jamie the run around. Ian Edwards, Jamie, £127. That's a good shout.
He's,
That's in the middle there, right near the money, I reckon.
yeah, he's there or thereabouts, isn't he?
That's a good shout. 34 fish if he gets this one, 35. We do think we've missed a few, lads. We did say, we have said it throughout the match.
He's saying that many fish, is he?
Who's
Oh no, well, that's us.
our counts is 34. We might have missed 3 or 4 early doors as we were setting up the scoreboard, as it were, because we did that foolishly live rather than before the match.
McGregor got one on over there on 22, 23, whatever. Aaron's got another one here on peg 1. Peg 5 straight into one down the edge.
In the net for Jamie. Nicholas Weed, 129.
What'll be interesting is to ask them what they got, see what ball they come up with.
We'll do that as we do that.
Yeah.
We're going to, like I've just said to everyone, I don't know if you was watching in the car.
So everybody can call them a liar, basically, eh?
Don't call anybody a liar, I think that's rude. What we'll do is, as I've just said to everybody, whilst you was having a snooze in the
we
car,
would be calling them liars, saying they would.
as you was having your snooze in the car,
Yeah.
we'll finish the match. We'll finish the live at the end of the match, and we'll have probably a 15-minute break before they start weighing in, and then we'll go live.
Does that mean a cup of tea?
I've got to pack stuff away as well.
Yeah,
so
okay.
we'll go live just before the weigh-in, and
God in again.
We'll join the weigh-in at Billy on peg 3, and we'll see what he thinks he's had before the weigh-in, and then we'll follow the scales round.
Peg 2, peg 5, Jamie. They've got to be 3 in with the running, haven't they?
Oh yeah, if you want to look from the pegs that we can see, I think peg 2 and 5 are probably up there with winning the match. And maybe Jamie as well, yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe Jamie's up there with potentially winning the match. I don't know, we can't see either side of him. We know he's got an angler either side of him. Bruno Norman's up there somewhere.
Yeah, so he'll be caught something, won't he?
Yeah, I ain't seen him. He's up
No,
there.
there's an awful lot of pegs that we can't really see.
Listen, look, there's anglers packing away already.
Sean Coton's cracking away down there on
So
peg.
he
10,
obviously
11.
hasn't had a good day. But
Peg 5, that's a decent enough fish.
come on, batteries, 5 more minutes. That's all we need.
Is it looking that bleak, is it?
I've got literally 1 light left on the last transmitter, so that'll be Jamie disappearing if the battery goes. But listen, we will be there live, as I said.
4 more minutes anyway, so.
Yeah. We'll have a short break at the end of the match.
It hasn't took off for Billy at the end, has it? It threatened and he sort of tightened the gap, but then it's...
Yeah, he sort of came, every time he tried to come back it just didn't quite do it, did it?
No. That's fishing.
Good shout, Nicholas. Billy 87 and Jamie 129.
Yeah, I nearly went 90 for Billy. Like, I think we've sort of dragged him in and it ain't really happened for him. It's, you know, we sort of know what fish he's had.
He has had a few bigger stamp fish, so yeah, you might.
I haven't noticed anything overly humongous.
No, he's had a few F1s as well. So yeah, you got to be thinking of an average of 3 or 4 pound, didn't you?
It's quite a decent that is surprising.
We'll find
There's
out
been a
shortly.
lot of those, isn't there, as well, like occasionally, you know.
Sometimes they don't look that big and they actually weigh something, don't they? So,
See, like,
I surprise myself
that's not a big
sometimes.
fish. What do you, how big do you think that is?
that's got to be 3.5 pound.
Oh, I ain't seen 3.5 pound
What are you
there.
on about, man? You need glasses.
Well, probably, like, yeah, you know, probably. If
But
that's
if you
the case, I'm
if you
drastically...
shout over to Godders now, that's 3 or 4 pound. Sorry, people. We're commenting on stuff you can't see.
Godders, how big was that last fish you caught?
Damn it! I bet that was 3.5 pound every day.
That's what I thought.
For those of you that didn't hear Godders, he said 3.5 pound.
He said 2.5 pound, which is exactly backing up what I said. McGregor into another again, Tony. I say I think there's a lot of those smaller fish that, and you think they're carp, and they're not. You can't see them.
Yeah, but bear in mind, yesterday Godders thought he'd had 70 pound and weighed 110.
Is that he's one of the more dishonest bunch of? No, not really. Yeah, but he wouldn't have lied about 2.5 pound then, would he? Like one fish. Not
No,
lied or misinformed.
people's perceptions, I keep telling you.
It's not lying, it's people's perceptions.
It's people's perceptions. Like I say, he said he had 60, 70 pounds yesterday and he weighed 110. How can you be 50 pound out?
Yeah, we're taking that information into consideration.
Oh dear.
Peg 5 into a one,
Jamie into another one.
doubling over.
Getting distracted again. This is you, this is. He's lost it. See, I'm trying to focus on what we're supposed to be
One Aaron
filming.
with a £1.5 fish
You ain't even
there.
listening, are you?
No. No.
I'm supposed to be concentrating on our two men and you're looking at everyone else.
Yeah, but everybody else can see them. They can make their own minds up. They are doing. They're having a bet. They're closer than us. They don't need us. Thank God. They've got to be really grateful for
You'd
that.
be in trouble if you were reliant on us.
Absolutely. Come on. Tony into another one now down the edges. I reckon he's just had 3 fish in, as many put-ins as quick as that. See? Now's the time to be fishing.
Yeah, them edge fish have started to come in now, haven't they? Strange though, yesterday on Jay I could not get them.
It's not strange.
So that horn there was not our match.
No, but it's close because we've got about a minute on it.
That was a match on Raven. That's 4 o'clock. Is somebody going to shout it? There it is. So get your guesses in. You've got between now and when we go live again for the weigh-in. Closest to the winning weight will receive a clicker. If Steve don't buy it, I will.
Sounds
So
good to me.
courtesy of Alex's Haynes' comment earlier on. So well done to both lads. We'll catch up with them both shortly once they've packed away. And we'll catch up with you guys shortly as well.
Speak soon.
Thank you for watching.